very eager team that has put this together on behalf of the Swedish Institute Alumni Network. Yeah, so I'll maybe just I'll give a brief introduction into the event and what it is meant to achieve, and then after that, I will invite our gracious hosts, the Swedish Institute, to give their opening remarks. After which, I will officially introduce the panelists, the speakers, and then we'll go into the remainder of the program. The theme for today's event is AI in digital innovation, investment, and entrepreneurship. The idea is the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence is reshaping global economies, driving digital innovation, and creating new investment opportunities. In Uganda, AI has the potential to revolutionize sectors such as finance, agriculture, healthcare, education, and more. The capacity boost aims to facilitate knowledge exchange and investment in AI-driven entrepreneurship. And this event is aimed to serve as a catalyst for AI-driven, excuse me, for AI-driven. This event is meant to serve as a catalyst for AI-driven innovation and investment, and guide businesses on how AI can unlock new opportunities, drive economic growth, and address societal challenges, essentially positioning the Swedish alumni in Uganda as key players in Africa's digital transformation. The objective of the event is to facilitate and encourage AI adoption in business among entrepreneurs and members of the alumni alike. Um, Maybe to give a brief intro into some of the speakers, um, we will have Mr. Michael Neitegeka, who is the executive director at Refactory Limited, also country manager for ICDL Africa. He is passionate about and practices leadership development, business technology strategy, and business advisory services, primarily through coaching and mentoring, and possesses 22 years of working experience in both the public and private sectors. We shall have Mr. Nestor Paul Katende, who is a technology leader and founder and CEO of the OTIC Foundation. Is it OTIC or OTIC? OTIC Foundation, an organization dedicated to equipping Ugandans with practical skills in AI. He's a passionate advocate for AI adoption and has partnered with the Ministry of ICT to promote AI literacy. And we will have Ms. Irene Mutuzo Esther Sevume, who is a psychology lecturer at Makerere University and researcher passionate about bridging the fields of technology and psychology. With that very brief introduction, I will invite the representative from the Swedish Institute Alumni Network to start us off before we head into the program. Guys, you can clap, it's okay.
Hi everyone. My name is Dan. Okay. Hi everyone. Okay. My name is Diana Goa. I'm Swedish Institute. I was in Mid Sweden University. A master's degree in business administration, majoring in project management. Yeah, thank you all for coming for this capacity boost. Just a short introduction of who Swedish Institute alumni are. We are former students sponsored by the Swedish Institute to study in Sweden for our master's programs. So basically, that's who we are. Former students who studied in Sweden on scholarship from the Swedish Institute. Yeah, glad to be here and hope you enjoy the event. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are going to go straight into the presentations. And we shall start with our keynote address. I think I gave a brief introduction into Michael, but I think he'll speak more into who he is once he starts his presentation. So,
HTML is what is feeding the people live. That's the challenge. If you remove it, then you don't have the presentation live. So I wanted us to mirror. Yeah, so meanwhile, it was.
we are not. I know we are quite a sizable number, and maybe just let's say what our name is, what exactly we're looking forward to from this session, as we hope the AI revolution does not pick from what has happened here to kill all of us in the near future. So I will just go around and hand everyone.
Hello, everyone. My name is Diana Goa, and I'm looking forward to especially learning how to use AI in investments.
Hello, everyone. My name is Esther. Looking forward to learning because I plan to to start a business using online space.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Salma Nanyanzi. I'm happy to be here. All I know is the future is AI. So I want to grab this opportunity to join the wagon. I come from the health sector. So I also hope to learn how it will be relevant in healthcare. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mary Kichoncho. I'm a medical doctor and a child and adolescent public health practitioner from Umio. Yeah, I see Chirabo here in the room. Chirabo told me technology is running faster than us, so we need to go for this event and catch up. So, so I'm here to catch up.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mutuzo Irene. I'm looking forward to learn because as someone who talks about AI, trains on AI, I really need to be a step ahead. So every single time I'm looking for something new to learn.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Chirabo Sobi. As Mary has mentioned, I have a fear of I don't want to be left behind in this digital era. Yeah, I need to be on top of things, including digital. So that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Um, my name is Nesta Paul Katende, and I'm happy to be here. I'm also looking forward to learn, and because there's a lot of experience, a lot of amazing people here, and hopefully, I'm going to connect and get to know what everybody is thinking about in the space. And I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. How are you all doing? My name is Elijah. I work with Otic, and I'm really excited to connect with everyone here from different walks of life, different pathways, and identify together how AI can help us all. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. I feel we have a pretty energetic group. So I think we're good to start. So I will invite Mr. Michael Niitegeka to come and drown us in all this knowledge. No pressure.
Um, so I was just telling Mary that you shouldn't have started with the expectations because I probably need to put away these slides and have something else. So as Humphrey was going around and struggling, and he's walked out, the old rules still work. If it has failed, restart. It's a rule of the thumb in tech. If it is not working, restart. It works. Most of the times, it works. Restart. So yes, I've seen
I could actually do a whole session on just the expectations, each one, but I'll hopefully touch on a few things. So this morning, I'm here to share this whole area of AI. I don't know how many talks I've given this year on AI, and I'm like, but this thing has been around for years until ChatGPT arrived, and all of us realized, wait, this thing is likely to eat our lunch, because then we start using it. And so for me, it really is to challenge us and get to hear, what is it that keeps you awake? I've had a few things here. But what keeps you awake when you think about AI? What keeps you awake in your work? What keeps you awake? Reflect on it. And try to establish, is this real or is it hypothetical? Is it closer home or it is still far away? Because at times when I see people posting online, and I'm like, you've just picked an article out of the US and posted it, and that article is talking about Amazon lays off 2,000 workers. I'm like, yes. How many companies in our context have that level of automation? How many? How many hospitals in our context in sub-Saharan Africa have that level of automation? In our businesses, if you look at any organization, and the moment you ask that question, then you realize that we need to go beyond the headlines. We need to appreciate our context. I don't know if I'm making sense. Now, but the truth is, there are three things that we need to pay attention to. These are my things. It doesn't matter where you are. Technology is certainly encroaching on your space. It doesn't matter. I don't know how many times I have seen my wife, as by the time she's going to hospital, she probably is about 70% done the diagnosis. And as she's having this conversation with the doctor, I sometimes feel she's checking correct, no. Then a conversation begins. I think there was a time when the doctor says, I said, what is your training? And she said, she's into communications. And for me, that was an interesting question from a doctor. What is your training? Just because she really, so when I'm given medicines, once you tell me to go take this, I go and take. For her, she'll pull out, that long, then she will read and see the composition, but this and this. I'm like, really? She'll have conversations, but what has enabled that? What has enabled that? Her ability to acquire and have that amount of knowledge is purely because of the technology. The vast amount of information that is available, that you can interrogate, you can interact, that by the time you are having a conversation with XYZ, you've probably done a proper profile. I don't know if that's making sense. So disruptive technologies are now the norm. AI is one of the very many technologies that are disrupting what we're doing. It doesn't matter the discipline. It doesn't matter the discipline. Two, is that the expectations from your customers are also changing on a daily. So as you think about investment, as you think about innovation, the reality is, if I am here today, I am shifting because I have found something better. Now you either match up or I will move to what is better. I don't know if that's making sense. So because the reason why the customer is changing, because the options are also many. If I can't find it here, there'll be somebody who's willing to bring it for me. So you who is charging me 3 times, there will be somebody who's willing to deliver it. The time I was looking for something, and I went through different spaces, even to the manufacturer. They said, no, we can't. Then I find, I've never been to that shop. It's somewhere on one of those plazas in town. But I found them online. I sent them my specifications. They said we can deliver it. If you pay 50%, it will be here. It will be here in 3 days. I said, are you kidding me? He said 3 days. Faith, trust. I sent the 50%. Of course, it was money that I was also willing to. But in 3 days, I get notification, it has arrived. I almost called the other guys and say, guys, this customer is changing very fast. Why? Because your options are also very many. So you can no longer be just the person who thinks it has to be this way. I'm the only one. I am the authorized distributor. And the reason the markets are evolving, it comes back from driven by technology and changing customers. The markets are evolving. The consumers are evolving. One of my work experiences was in coffee, and the only people who could export coffee out of this country in 1997 were the big guys only. Right now, people are sending 100 kilograms, exporting that micro to a roaster in the UK. They're putting them on a plane. It arrives the next day. The person picks it. You've gotten your money. So even me, who is having, let's say, 50 bags of coffee, I can be an exporter. I don't have to be dependent on somebody coming to buy from me. I just need to make sure I have the right value that I am promoting. And that's why we're saying the markets are doing what? Are evolving. However, there are things that we need to pay attention to. Every organization, and as we talk about innovation, investment, entrepreneurship, every organization, doesn't matter whether it is non-profit or profit, every organization is thinking about where is the next line of money. Because even those of us who are in non-profit, what are we thinking about? Where's the next grant? True or not true? And grant is your revenue. Although sometimes I've done some work for NGOs, and I want to wake up. You are in a business. The only difference is that at the time of filing, you don't declare profit. Why? Because the intention is that money comes back into the operations. That's the reason they call it not for profit. So the founders don't take money out of the business. That's the only difference. But we are all in the hustle of looking for what? Money. And so revenue streams become extremely critical. So as we think about digital innovation, investment, and entrepreneurship, the one thing I always ask, even my team at Refactory, were registered as a not-for-profit. The one thing I keep on asking is that what is our level of exposure to one donor? That if they cut up, like we saw what happened at the beginning of this year, if the tap is closed, do you keep running? And for how long are you going to keep running? The second thing is that because the customer is evolving very fast, engagement becomes critical. That you need to keep a pulse on your customers. Pretty sure you must be wondering, so where is the AI in this whole thing? I'll get to it. I'll get to it. But I just wanted to build this foundation that we get to understand. And once you understand the foundation, then you see the different application capabilities of, let's say, AI. And so improving customer engagement is going to be critical. And the businesses that pay attention to the customer with or without AI are going to remain at the forefront. And of course, business to business value. Who are you interacting with? Refactory is a software academy. We train young people, even old. Yesterday somebody said, "What is your age?" I said, "The youngest we've trained is 13, the oldest is 54. He said, 54, what was he looking for? Well, what the 13 was looking for, but application was probably different. But we're always asking ourselves, what is the value that we bring to the business? And the only way I can demonstrate that I'm bringing value to the business, one of the programs we run at Refactory is called the Apprenticeship Program, where we pick projects from industry and have our talent deliver those projects. And companies are now willing to pay. Why? Because we're delivering real projects. They're not hypothetical. So from a B2B, I'm adding value to the business. I'm giving them affordable talent. They're getting a solution, but I'm also creating pathway for my talent to find work. Why? Because in many cases, this is what happens. In many cases, when we execute a project and we do it well, one or two will be retained by the company. So I'm creating a pathway for employment. The third one is innovating to manage costs. So one of the things that I'm going to share with you is that it is important for us to pay attention on our cost structure. I've had a few people think about business. As a leader, as a business leader, the one thing you need to keep an eye on is what is eating your lunch. What is your cost structure looking like? That even when you have donor funds, somebody has given you money. Some of these donors sometimes are very interesting. They want you to spend 100%, but then they ask you sustainability. I got a rude awakening. We had a grant that we're running, and we were trying to manage costs. And towards the end, it dawns on us, we need to spend 100%. Whatever is not spent by the time the project goes back. I said, guys, whatever activity you want to do, do. Our money is not going to go back. But it's what I'm trying to say. How do we innovate around costs? So let's understand AI. And I really want to start, and people like Nesta who are here will pick on this. So to understand AI, we probably need to understand some of the things that have gone before AI or have come before AI. So there's been big data, advanced analytics, machine learning. You've had all those stuff going around. True or not true? But beyond the semantics, this is what we're talking about. It's about data. Beyond the semantics, it's about data. And this is why it is about data. I use this for you to get an appreciation of the data value chain. That many organizations do an amazing job at collection. Like no, not all of them. Some organizations do an amazing job at collection. Some organizations don't even know that they have data or they have access to data. So we collect data. So we have feedback from companies, we have all the interactions that we have. I'm pretty sure each one of us here is a data point. Humphrey didn't register us, but you've gone to organizations or workshops where we are registered. True or not true? We have gone to organizations where at the reception, you register. At the gate, you register. So one time I was running a workshop like this and I asked leaders, I said, when is the last time you checked data from the reception? You guys are not okay. So some Ugandans here. So I've come to accept that, appreciate that when Ugandans don't have anything to say, they will smile. Or if you've caught them, they will smile. So in that room, people just smiled. I'm like, okay, Michael, move on. What am I trying to say? We are not short of data points, but we're just not invested in using that data. That's the difference. So we collect, we move, put data. Sometimes you have data points, you have how do I call it? Sometimes you have storage, you have data warehouses, you have hard disks. In some of you probably work in organizations where you have a policy on backing up. You see all that stuff, eh? It's there. So we move the data. And sometimes we go beyond just storing it. We go to the next level where we clean it, we try to anonymize it and detect if there are any repetitions or whatever it is. But prepare data. The next thing is where you apply some bit of analytics. And sometimes we only do what I would call basic analytics. How many women were there? What is the age? Da, 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 da. You stop there. But you never get to the level where you're trying to say, okay, what is it that is in this data that nobody asked me? What is it that is in this data? Now, the next level is now where the AI conversations really begin. And that's where we start talking about playing with the data. When you start playing with the data, then we start talking about data analytics. So it's beyond the graphs and that kind of stuff, but you start interrogating it to try and say, what am I seeing that was not asked? Sometimes when I'm in meetings with the team, and I'm saying, okay, guys, this is good, but let's look at this data again. Let's look at this data again. Why is it? Who is this person that applies, attends our class for a week or two, and after that drops off? Who is this person? Why? Because our drop-off rate on some of the programs that are funded have been exceptionally high. I'm like, do I understand this person? And how do I, in my communication, ensure this person doesn't get as tempted to apply because I'm not talking to them? I know that making sense. Because I need to make sure that the person who applies is closer to what I am looking for because they have the attributes of the what I'm looking for them to stay. So let's go back. How did we mobilize this person? What did we tell them? Were we as frank to tell them that they will need 1, 2, 3 things? Because along the way, we come to realize some of the challenges they are having is that they don't have transport to go to the training center. When they go to the training center, they realize they actually need lunch for them to stay. But the program didn't cater for that. Or if they have access to a device, they don't have substantial resources to have the data to stay on the program. But how do I communicate without discrimination? Bobanga toina sente don't apply. I know that making sense. But that would require me to look at this data a little bit more, dig in. Now, once I have gone to that level, I have understood, then I am able to go to now what I would call the AI and deep learning level. That is the highest data processing. So like the highest level. And at that level, what am I doing? Because I've accumulated enough data, there are enough resources for me to use that as a foundation to start using the power of automation to reduce some of the menial tasks that I'm spending time on. I'm not making sense. So if I'm receiving 2,000 applications, because I know the person I am looking for, I am able to train my admission process and automate it, for it to filter and give me, out of the 2,000, give me 500 that I need to pay attention to who meet the requirements. At that level, I have gone into what I would call machine learning. Because I'm now training the machine to learn and do some of the work that I spend hours. The other day, we were running a refugee program. We only have 50 scholarships. We had 50 scholarships. We had 898 people apply. Like literally everybody in the office was called, stop what you're doing, let's review the applications. I'm like, I could have applied some model here that quickly eliminates for me the ones that I shouldn't even be looking at. So that's where the value of AI comes in. Why? Because based on the historical data and everything that I have, I am now able to build a software, because really AI is software, to be able to help me align and deliver the options that I'm looking for. So in essence, data is the fuel that drives AI. Remove data, it's out of the game. How many of us, okay, looking around, I think most of us have Gmail accounts. I'll be surprised if there's a Hotmail here. I'll be surprised if there's a Hotmail here. I'm pretty sure even Hotmail has gone in that direction. But you've seen the predictive text when you're typing your email. And you probably have seen how it is close to what you normally do. So what that machine has done, the algorithm has learned how you start your emails. So as soon as you say reply, you probably see dear. If you start with your emails with dear. And as soon as you accept, it will go, like for me, it sometimes like, shut up, I know what I want to write. But that's what it has, that's the instance. The other example I want to give is if you receive an e-ticket to your email, Google, so e-tickets have been standardized globally. It will start with ETK, then so the numbers, the nomenclature is known. So as soon as the e-ticket arrives, Gmail will read it and know that this is an e-ticket. So you are traveling. What does it do? It picks the critical data, takes it to your calendar, and then you start receiving notifications. So one time, my wife is traveling and she receives notification in her email many years ago, before British Airways left this country. British Airways regrets to announce that the flight is delayed by 2 hours. So she calls me and says, I don't know whether to believe this, whether it is a scam or not. I'm like, what? British Airways says they have extended, but I have checked all over, I can't find any information. I'm like, okay, good old me, let's call the airport. So we called the British Airways offices, there was nobody picking. Civil Aviation, the guy told me, where are you? I said, still home. You're going to be left. As in, you should be where? Here. Check-in is about to start. Really? I've received notification saying I don't have to rush to the airport. Anyway, shortly after, British Airways sends another notification. There's a further delay. So my wife says, so what do I do? I'm like, what do you feel like? Because there's a possibility of going to the airport and spending another 5 hours. So I go to X and reach out to British Airways and say, flight XYZ out of Entebbe receive notification. British Airways confirms, yes, flight is delayed. I go to Google and check, because Google, there are these flight trackers. It actually says flight is delayed. I'm like, chill. If anything happens, you receive notification from British Airways. What did that tell me about our systems? I'll continue. You got my story. What are we trying to talk about? As we talk about AI, the reasons why companies are moving at the speed at which they are moving is largely because we are now in a race to win customers and trying as much as possible to find the nearest or the closest way to acquire those customers. And what that means, that we are in a race. This study that was done by McKinsey says that data-driven organizations are now 23 times more likely to acquire customers, 6 times as likely to retain customers, and 19 times as likely to be profitable as a result. Again, I don't want to take assumptions, but I want to believe many of us have had an opportunity to visit CJs. True or not true? When you arrive at CJs, what do they ask you? Table 4, how many? That's a data question. Why? Because they have understood that if we don't control how traffic moves in, there's a likelihood that there will be a lost opportunity. Because you could be one and you sit on a table for 5. In other restaurants, you just walk in, gallivanting, you look for a spot where you feel like you want to sit, you sit. But by CJs asking that question, table for how many? That's a data question. 2, by asking that question, I take note. So I go, because we used to enjoy the stir fry. So I go and tell my wife, I'm like, stir fry is back at CJ's. It's like, we need to. So we plan, let's go. We go, arrive Victoria. I had seen it at Victoria. I'm like, I'm not going to gamble anywhere else. I'm going to where? Victoria. Arrive at Victoria, scan the menu, we can't see it. So I tell the guy, chicken, stir fry. The guy says, yeah, we don't have it. I said, how can you not have it? I saw a banner. He says, that must have been like 2 weeks ago. I said, yes. He said, yeah, we tried it, but we're hardly selling even 10 portions. I'm like, whose problem is that? But guess what it told me? That there is portions that are prepared for chicken stir fry that you can't use for something else. And so if nobody consumes it, it's not like us who will have chicken in the fridge. When you arrive, we pull it out and how much time do I need? 30. So it was pulled off, never even put on the menu because the data did not give them a positive vibe. And then one old person told me, says, that is the only restaurant in this city that plays no music, has no TV, and sells no alcohol, but will be open up to midnight. It's the only restaurant. Well, now a number of others have. But remember, they're the ones who started with the kids' coloring thing. Now Sunday is known for face painting balloons. Know your customer and know who the influence is. If you ask your kids, where do we go for lunch? CJ's. Because it's not so much about the meal, it is about the extras. Data. Somebody will sit somewhere and say, nayo msajo waya akola choyo, oba sabani. But the man is focused on the critical data points. Which brings me to what we talk about artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is really the simulation of human intelligence that is largely driven by software. Like I say, it is simulation. So it is a replica. It is an imitation. Put it that way, it is the average human intelligence that we see in AI. So if you get to a point where AI surprises you, like, you need to work hard, because if it's average, then you probably need to be higher than average. But what are we trying to say? What it is able to do is largely based on historical capability. It cannot. It has, so the limitations will largely be influenced by what it has been taught. I know that making sense. And that's why there's this whole drive around how do we democratize AI? Because a lot of the AI capabilities we see, and most of us what we are currently using, the open AI, is largely driven, let's say, by context in Europe or the USA. I don't know if I'm making sense. Anybody who has used Copilot? Copilot, if you have Office 365, Copilot is probably part of your packages. If you tell Copilot, prepare a presentation for me with Ugandan faces, Copilot will struggle. The reason is that in its engine, there are not many faces that have been annotated or registered or labeled as Ugandan faces. But if you tell Copilot, prepare a presentation for me with black faces, it will have black faces, but you probably feel like this is not close here. These faces are not ours. Now, if you say African faces, it will also give you African faces, but largely based on what it has been taught. I know that making sense. So AI, the capability of AI largely depends on the data it is feeding on. And that's why if AI is going to drive some of our businesses and create insights for us, then we need to feed it substantial data for it to be of value to us. Am I making sense? Feel free to say, Michael, enough of that. Yeah, we've had enough of you. So for us to appreciate some of these things, you'll get the presentation. There are a couple of components around AI, and I won't go into the detail. So you have your deep learning, your neural networks, the computer vision, natural language processing. Kudos to the team at Sunbird AI. They are working on a natural language processor for Ugandan languages, so you can now interact with AI in Uganda, I think, Luo. They're trying. Why? Because AI is largely English. AI is largely English, maybe Chinese also, because they have the power to do what they are doing. So these are different components. But the interesting thing is what has been really what got everybody excited, not sure what the future looks like, what is it going to be, is the whole Gen AI aspect, generative AI. And really, generative AI is, your co-pilot, your Gemini, your DeepSeek, your Chat GPT. That's what has really, to the extent possible, made AI such a big thing. But it's been around for years. Nobody had ever complained about Gmail being able to pick their air ticket and putting it in the calendar. That was AI. It's just that we now begin to see different capabilities around AI that we had never seen before. At Refactory, when COVID hit, like every other institution, we closed, but we went online. After COVID, we went back to the office, but we were one day in office and the other days remote. Now, every time we go to office on Monday, you'd find on our office line over 300 missed calls with so many SMSs. I said, guys, how do we solve this? This is just not feasible for us. We can't keep, 300 missed calls, how many of those could be potential applicants who would pay us? So in our intelligence, we buy a phone and give it to someone. But that person is a human being, not a machine. So it gets to a point where that phone would go off. Or it will be in silent, that when the calls come in, I will check when I can check. And it was understandable. And then one of the people that I have mentored comes to me and says, I have a solution. I have something I want to try with you. It says, I have a chatbot that I can integrate in your website. I said, interesting. So if you go to our website, you will see an AI chatbot that will pop up called Tracy. Strangely, we have somebody in the office called Tracy. So there's that chatbot that will engage you. You'll respond. I want to do this. This course, okay, this course requires you to do this and this. Da, da, da. So typically, what it has done, it has picked the frequently asked questions, and we've now automated it. Now you can have that level of interaction. Now, because of that, our calls to the line dropped significantly. So people only call when they realize amagezi ga chat gakomi. I'm not making sense. But so what I'm trying to share with you is that Gen AI has brought capabilities that we previously didn't believe were possible from a tech perspective or from an automation perspective. And that's where the fear is for most of the businesses. Why? Because many of the businesses, you find you have such a bulk number of people that are doing this engagement client support network. Are we together? Now, because of that, if I have automated this, what does that mean? I probably need one or two people to just look at where are we missing? What are we not doing well? But as we improve that process, it also means that our backend also needs to improve. But the one thing that Tracy was able to do for us is that I am able to now see who is engaging us online and how deep are they going in the engagement and how many of them transition into applications and then finally come to the program. If I was very intentional, I would also be looking at who dropped off at close to 50% of the engagement. that I can build a profile around the people that are engaging me, and I can continuously fine tune. Now we've taken it to WhatsApp. Some guys will reach out to you and say, I know I'm chatting with a chatbot, but I want to talk to somebody. And you've seen some of those Gen AI chatbots that will tell whether you have an option. Do you want to engage with this chatbot or you want to talk to a human being? I don't know if I'm making sense. So as we look at the generative AI landscape, it is important for us to appreciate that this is not new. It's been around. The only difference is that it is now right in our face, simplifying quite a lot of things. That's number one. Number two is also because there have been a lot of issues around the ethics. If somebody asks AI and they're able to get an AI to a coursework, when ChatGPT came and people were asking ChatGPT and it was able to give them responses, and universities got into a panic. This thing, I'm like, no. It's very easy to tell that this is, like for me, there are emails I'll read and I'm like, AI. Especially if you've ever written to me. Like some students who write to us. I'm like, AI, you want? Because they can't be two you. There can't be two of you. That one side oluzungu really kiri and one no. In real life, tulwana. But it's also good because then it helps you have a better presentation. I know I'm making sense. But you've heard of the hallucination, AI hallucination, where it gives you facts that actually don't exist. It creates them up. But if you don't have the intelligence, you've heard of the case that is in Australia between, I think, Ernst and Young and the government of Australia, where a big chunk of the report was Gen AI generated. It cited references about authors that existed, but those authors never published that stuff. And now they were being called and asking, did you ever publish this? Like, no. Actually, I've done some work in that area, but I've never published this. Now, the reputation for the entity is massive. But you see, AI, I think there's a time I asked DeepSeek to do something for me. It was so beautiful, but the lies. I was like, no. I cannot in any way. Yeah, it would have made me look good as an entity, but there were just too many lies. I'm like, Katuchiveko. But there's one time when it did, I said, why would a partnership with Refactory be ideal for this organization? It gave me a summary that I even picked and sent to my team. I said, guys, that I was also impressed. So which means there is enough data that it is picking from to profile us as an organization. I don't know if I'm making sense. So bottom line is data. So how do we leverage AI? As I bring this to a close, that AI is not a threat to our leadership. It is the most powerful empowerment tool of our generation. So look at it from an empowerment perspective. So Mary, as you think about adolescents and all that kind of stuff, the challenge for you, I think, will be that adolescent data that is available, let's say in the different AI engines, may not be the adolescent that you have in Uganda. But you will need, at least it will give you some reference points for you to start from. But it's also an opportunity for you to contribute to the whole AI conversation. Why? Because a lot of these places have accumulated lots of data. Research organizations have a lot of data that they have not had an opportunity to mine and process. That then now you can have what you call institutional AI. Am I making sense? So if you go to Baylor, if you go to Mild May, if you go to JCRC, if you go to all these entities that are into clinical trials, there's a lot of data that they have been sitting on for the last 20 or so years. Now, what we need to do is to pick that data and model it and see what is it telling us about us. I'm making sense. I know of teams in Makerere that have been trying to work around AI and agriculture, to use AI for diagnostics or technology for diagnostics in crop farming, in disease prevention. But because of the dynamic, so you'll find cassava in, let's say, northern Uganda will have a different, I think, presentation than, let's say, cassava. So if it may not necessarily be cassava mosaic here because of the varieties and that kind of stuff, when you go to, let's say, southwestern, it may have a different. So the standardization and the investment required to standardize. And that's why sometimes I feel we do a lot of talking in Uganda. I think one day they will throw me out. But we do an amazing job in making sure, AI strategy. So we are present in the Kabozi. But going beyond is where the issue is. And we're not short of people who understand this stuff, by the way. We're not short of them. We have quite a number of Ugandans. There's a Professor Engineer Benomjisha in Makerere who runs, I think, one of the big AI projects probably on the continent from a research perspective. You've heard of AirCo? It's an air quality monitoring that is, some of it is on borders. So if you check the air quality app, it probably will give you a better report on the quality of air in Kampala, majorly Kampala and I think some cities, than all these other apps available. But it also now feeds into the Google Air Quality. All these other tools, they feed out of it. But what am I trying to say? That is an empowerment tool. The second thing is that it's not about creating robots that think like humans. At its core, AI is creating systems that can learn, analyze, and make predictions from data. Key thing is systems that can what? Learn, analyze, and make predictions from data. One time I was looking for a report on tourism in Uganda. It was a very interesting thing. I couldn't find a report on UTB about tourism data. I landed on a report out of the EU. So I read the abstract. It is exactly what I was looking for. I said, download the report. The price for the report was 5,000 euros. And I can bet that report was picking data from Airbnb, the airlines, the visa platforms. I don't know, making sense. Largely collecting data and creating a tourism report for Uganda. It's many years ago. I get a call from UTB and they say, we want to build a platform. I'm like, let's go. But there was an opportunity to build a platform. And I'm like, you need to have integration from immigrations and there's so many touch points where everybody has their own data. So we need to make sure that that data comes into one location and then you're able to now start processing it. Okay, let me bring this to a close. So I want to leave you with what I call the compass. There are 4 things that I want you to focus on. One is that look at AI as an opportunity to elevate your strategic vision. So work with AI, and one of the skills that I tell people they need to acquire now is the whole skill around how can I forget this? It will come. How can I? So the interaction with AI, what is it called? I know there's a technical term. Prompt engineering. I was looking for the prompt. So prompt engineering is you having the ability to know what to ask the Gen AI platforms, but constantly prompting it to get to understand to a point where it starts reasoning with you. I know that making sense. So don't ask a straight question. No. So ask the first question, ask the second question, refine it further until it gets to a point. But that's a skill. It's like how you ask somebody, we all go to Google, we are searching about the same thing, but we'll get a different report. One time my students asked me, said, but which Google do you use? Largely because I had come to learn how these machines work. So use it for strategic vision. Elevate yourself. Why? Because we spend quite a lot of our work in daily operations. Are there things that you can let go? You've seen people now have AI assistants on calls. Zoom call, it logs on with you and will give you a summary of what was discussed. And depending on how you register, it will say, Michael did this, Michael said this, will even give you action points. I'm not making sense. That used to be somebody's work, sitting on the call and taking notes. So the AI empowerment is powerful. But what that means for us, we need to work on our data. We need to get our data. We need to get our platforms ready. We need to get them working. Let's not get excited by what it is able to tell us, but largely drawing from other contexts, not our context. Because that's when it will make a lot of sense. Second is streamline your operations and efficiency. I gave you the example of CJs. I'm pretty sure they're able to do a lot of these things because I am pretty sure back end, there must be guys who are crunching numbers. There must be guys, there must be having dashboards in the kitchen, in other kitchens. That's why you will never hear, we've run out of this. I don't remember a time I've gone to CJs and I've said, we don't have that. We don't have it. It's because there is somebody who is intentionally paying attention to the data. What is moving fast today? Who is not moving their stock? So rather than keep it there, when we realize it's about time, why don't we pick it and bring it somewhere else? It's about efficiency. Three, enhance customer and community connection. Because whatever we do, the people that we serve are very critical. One time I was invited, so I sit on a church council. Church is very interesting, but let me give you this example. So I asked, so who are our parishioners? They said, our parishioners. I said, okay, how many parishioners do we have? They said 5,000. I said, who are they? Of the 5,000, how many come to church every Sunday? Of the 5,000, how many give? Of the 5,000, how many have children? Or of the 5,000, how many are children? Then I was told this is not a business. And at that point, I was like, very soon, probably we'll have a different conversation. Why? Because that's the reality. we can no longer just count heads. We need to have a sense of accountability. Who are our parishioners? Who are they? How many are young mothers, fathers? Because when you know who you have, then you also know how to serve them. You know what messages they need to hear. And that's making sense. So these things are not just about business. No. I tell people everything is business. Everything is business. So enhance customer connection and community. Then finally, it's about fostering innovation and creativity. When we know what is coming from the other side, when we know what we have, then we can innovate. I know that's making sense. Because if I know something is not working well, what do? I quickly tweak it. But the only way I can get to know that this is not working well is if I have seen certain trends. Not so. For me to see certain trends, there must be data that is informing me. So, what do I want to leave you with? To us, 4 things. We must cultivate curiosity and not fear. Be curious. Don't fear tech. Don't say those things are those are your things. I know many times I found myself in a room, a projector fails. Michael, you're the tech guy. I'm like, there's nothing to do. We've gotten to that point where anything, a wire connecting to another, about tech, your tech is failing us. No. Let's be curious. The more we engage with these technologies, the higher the chances that we can innovate, but also find investment opportunities, but also be enterprising. I think it was Sanyu? Subi. Are you the one who has a product that you're trying to sell? Or it was someone? Yeah. So for you to build a platform, you need to spend time. I think I was sharing with Mary. Who are you positioning this for? How do they consume content? Are they on TikTok? Then probably you don't need to have an app. Invest your time on TikTok. People have called me and said, Mike, I want you to build a website for me. Then I'll ask, who are you targeting? At the end of it all, I probably lost an opportunity, but I hope I leave you contented that I saved you the opportunity to go what I call Me Too strategy. I know that's making sense. So be curious. Try to understand, where are my people? We're trying to build something for border riders. So I told the team, I said, guys, before you even start anything, we have a stage across the road at the office. Go and talk to them. Guys came back laughing off their heads. I said, what's your problem? Said, those guys are not anywhere near what we are thinking about. Like, so, what's the plan? Build or no build? Says, what did they discover? It was about 5 years ago. They discovered all border riders had katoch. All. They all, at that time, they had smartphones, but occasionally turned on the data. So if you're building for me an app that requires me to be on all the time, and yet I only turn on my data in the evening when there is Tubereko, to Gavane. I know that you see what I'm trying to say. Because there are people who wait for Friday. They will download all their TikToks, whatever it is. You see them sending messages, responding. Why? There's Freaky Friday. So how do I build for you? When I want you, you're off. You only come on when I don't want you. I know I'm making sense. That's the reason why even to you've seen safe border riders. You ask him, can I bade siri iko? You've seen that. So you build on the assumption that this person will be online, but not. Identify one pain point. What do you want to solve? And how is it painful? How painful is it that if you don't solve it, you will not progress? Pilot and fail fast. It's okay to fail. So many programs that I have thought about, shared with my team, they have not bought it. I move on. Then build a community of practice. And then finally, as we embrace this, we must lead with our humanity. AI is a powerful, but it lacks our empathy, our intuition, our culture understanding, and our moral compass. Our role as leaders is to infuse AI with our wisdom and our ethics. And finally, whatever we do, remember, these principles are critical. Transparency, fairness, accountability, data privacy, and security. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. I don't know if there are any questions. Hey, that hand shot up first. Yes, sir. Let me come to you, please. Maybe start with your name and then we move from there.
Good morning, everyone, once again. My name is Elijah. Thank you so much, Mr. Nitegeka, for your presentation. Very enlightening. But I wanted to bring this a bit home. By home, I mean home, family, usual life. From your experience, I believe you're a father. I wanted to inquire how you are seeing parenting in this AI age, how life is changing at home. We know when internet came, it changed a lot for children, it changed a lot for even parents themselves. But now with AI and what it's doing, the new capabilities, the new ways you can use it, how are you taking parenting with AI now? That's my question. Thank you.
So maybe I take the questions, then I respond at once. Any other question?
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. My question is, you talked about acquiring the skill of prompt engineering. So how can one acquire this skill? Can you learn it? Is there courses or?
Any other questions?
Thank you. So I'm in the NGO world, and currently I have mentees. They are Gen Zs. I'm a millennial. So they finished their bachelor's. I think they're into the masters now. But the work they are doing as I'm mentoring them, in their submissions, they are using AI, and I can see it, Chat GPT and all. So then I'm a little bit torn. Of course, I provide feedback, but I'm a little bit torn that I want them to develop their critical thinking skills, yeah, so that they don't entirely rely on AI starting from zero, because that is a skill that is very important in research work, critical thinking. But now that we have AI and it is here to live with us, to be with us, I'm wondering, should I teach them how to prompt the right way and improve their interaction with AI, but then they also have to know that they have to read on their own so that they don't just rely on what is generated. Or it's becoming a little bit hard to give them feedback because they'll go back to AI, they'll bring in things that are not at the level that I want, and then I'll provide feedback. They'll go back to AI. Should I teach them how to interact with these platforms while encouraging their critical thinking skills? Thank you.
Okay, I know there's a panel coming up, but let me say this: parenting in the AI era. I can tell you that the principles of parenting have not changed. Have not. I am still as present as a father. I'm still as involved, and I'm still as cautious as if there was nothing. But what I've done is because I have a level of appreciation of these technologies, I also use it as an opportunity to teach them. I don't know if I'm making sense. So let me give an example. So one time, I was taking my daughter to the salon, and she tells me, and so I was talking about the principles, because I'm present and I've built a relationship with her. She has a level of confidence of opening up to me when she feels there's something not right happening. And so the conversation started with, Dad, there's this person who is trying to try to befriend me on Instagram. So I'm like, what do you mean befriend? And there are these messages that I don't feel comfortable. I'm like, okay, so that is good enough for me and for you. And I'm glad that you can tell the line between comfort and not comfortable. I'm like, if your conscience is telling you this is not a place to be, please don't. So, because I am involved and I am present, but I also have invested in understanding the things that are likely to be exposed to, I have gone ahead to provide a framework of caution that if they ever go that side, it will not be that they didn't know. And I'm making sense. The second thing is that so when this whole online school started, there was this whole thing of everybody must have an email account. Not so. So I was very interested. So our son was already in boarding, and so they created for him an email account. But I got to know that they falsified his age so that he could have the account opened. But what that technically does is it turned him into an adult before he was an adult. What that also means, he's exposed to content that adults ordinarily would be exposed to. So when it came for our daughter, I said, I will not just allow this to happen. I'll create the account with you. And so she was a minor on my account, that even when she had her own device, anything she wanted to do on her device that required downloading anything from Google Store, Play Store, or any other application, I had to consent. But I told her to say, if you're looking for an application and you're going to download it, do the following things. Check. If it passes the test, then go ahead and download. But because there was a requirement for me to approve, then I'll call her and say, what is this? What is the value? If you don't have it, what will happen? So by the time she wanted to download, she already knew exactly. But then I'll also go and check the reviews just to confirm what she has shared with me. So to you who are or are to be parents, I'll say get a level of involvement in understanding how this technology has actually has a lot of safety nets, a lot of safety nets. But because somebody doesn't want to do the work, what happens? Then we start getting to see the kind of things that we are seeing. I know that making sense. I hope I've answered your question. Perfect. So when you buy a gadget for your daughter or son, try as much as possible to make sure that gadget is connected to your account. And Google is amazing, because as my daughter was advancing in age, Google was also letting me know now she is able to do the following things without coming to you, but we will let you know. I know that making sense. She's turning 18. They have already notified me. When she turns 18, she will no longer require your consent because she's now an adult. Why? Because Google is based on the American structure. Actually, at 16, within the US, that child is already regarded as independent. So Google did inform me she's now of XYZ. You can choose to keep her under your control or to give her the permissions. So have that level of interest. There are all these things around us that create those safety nets, but many of us, life is life. It is what it is. Prompt engineering. Yes, it is a skill. There are quite a number of courses, but that gentleman there coming, he will probably be a good person to have a conversation with around the whole area of prompt engineering. We haven't done any programs, set up any programs at Refactory for prompt engineering, but it's an area that is emerging, especially for people who are non-tech, just to understand how do we interact with AI. So the skill is like how you're taught internet and how to work with Google search engine and that kind of stuff, because not everybody is able to do that. Subi, have a candid conversation. Number one. Number two is that you need to let them know and be very candid with them and let them know that there is a limit to which AI will stop. Now, you can choose to be a replica of AI, or you can choose to be at the head of AI. And for you to be ahead of AI means to activate your human intelligence. So I'm able to see the flaws and the gaps because I'm also involved in trying as much as possible to understand what is around me. So if you send me something, I'll quickly, probably without spending a lot of time, I'm like, this is too sweet. But the other thing is tell them that there are better platforms. So if it is research, there are AI-enabled research platforms that will give you genuine references, that will give you genuine data points, but they come at a price. So if you're choosing not to use your brain, then also pay the money. Because there are platforms that are able to, that access journals. Because most of these journal bases have also, databases have also built their own AI engines. I'm not making sense. So let's now go that direction if that's what you want to do. And there's a value for it. I mean, when I was at university, you would collect books. And by the time you find what you feel is value for you to put in your research work, my goodness, You have combed a book, you have turned it. Now, I am like, if I was, it was then. I was a friend in, I don't know how many students now go to, I don't know that people still go to the university library, but I was in that library almost I had a corner. I even had befriended certain librarians because there are certain books they would tell you, "Kino kiyinza okukomawo mu wiiki emu." Somebody took it. But now everything is with us. So we have no reason to sound incompetent or to just spew out data that is irrelevant. Why? But it requires us to have a level of skill. So that for me would be a conversation I would have with them and say, okay, can we then find if this is a direction you're going to take? Don't just use open chat GPT things that have a lot of false things. Second is that for every fact, show me the data point. Show me the data point. What are the references? Can I, and so my wife is still at Makere teaching. So I tell her, don't allow students to send you hard copy. Let them send you soft copy. And where there is a reference, let it be hyperlinked. Because as you're reading, click on the link. She said, but I'm not used to reading. I said, no, but that's the era we are in. Because if they print, you won't check. Are that making sense? You won't check. So get it. The beauty is that a few other tools that are also coming now to help in quality assurance from an AI perspective. But I know you have a panel, so I don't want to exhaust everything and they go home free. They came to work also. Thank you very much. I hope that was value, guys.
Thank you, Michael. All right. Thank you very much for that, Michael. Very good insights. I'm the organizer, but I feel like I've also earned my money. So next, I don't know if we want to take a break or should we push? Shall we push? Let's push. Okay, I like that. All right. So up next, I will have we will have the female voice. Let me invite Musomesa. I don't know what she's going to tell us about these students and using AI. She's a student of psychology, so it's going to be interesting to see how. So, Ms. Irene Mutuzo, please wow us.
All right. It's still morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen in the room. He's rightfully said who I am. I'm a teacher at the heart of everything I do. I love to teach. I eat and breathe teaching. And that is what I'm here to do today. I would like to first of all thank Mr. Michael for the amazing presentation he's given. And he's basically made my work much easier. And I'm going to expound on a couple of things he mentioned just to give us a better idea on how we can really utilize AI creatively in our different works and even in our personal lives. And the topic that I'll be handling today is reinventing creativity, the art and science of thinking with AI. In the olden ages, we used to be creative or think on our own with our brains. Now, in today's world, we have these amazing tools that are not replacing our brains or replacing the creativity that our brains have, but they are simply building onto what we have. But how we use them is what determines whether we really reap the benefits out of this. I would say that textbook definition of AI is that it's simply technology that enables computers and machines to simulate human learning, comprehension, problem solving, decision making, creativity, and autonomy. But if you look at that presentation, what it means in simple sense is AI enables computers and machines to imitate human intelligence. That is, being able to think like us, being able to solve problems like us, to create like us. But even though they try to imitate what we as human beings can do, it doesn't mean that they have the capabilities that we human beings have. And this is something that we need to really keep remembering in this age of AI. AI has come up as this beautiful thing, and a lot of times we keep thinking that it is going to replace humanity, that we'll get into a world where there are no longer humans, where it's all robots, or where humans cannot do anything. I would like to say that that is not true. There is so much power that our brains hold. There is so much power that we as humans have, that even as much as this AI is trained to be super intelligent, it may never get to. So what are the myths and facts of AI that I would like us to really ponder on? A lot of us think that AI is magic, that it's this beautiful thing that does everything and anything that we want it to do. But the truth is that AI, if you think about it, gives us what we ask it to give us. If this AI doesn't have the data, if it doesn't have the information, it won't give it to us. That means that we as human beings literally run this AI. We're the ones that put in the data. We're the ones that make it creative. So yes, it is very powerful, but it gives us what we ask us. AI will replace you. A lot of us in the room or online, we are worried about AI replacing us in our jobs. Yes, it's going to make some jobs obsolete, but at the same time, it's going to evolve certain jobs. At the same time, there are so many job opportunities that are opening up because of AI. And a lot of us begin to get worried. I'm not going to have a job. I won't be able to do anything. I encourage you to think about how your current role, how your current sector can evolve with AI. As opposed to sitting and waiting for the time you'll be retrenched because of AI, think about how you can compete even when that AI bot is put into your job. Then AI always provides accurate and unbiased answers. We need to be aware that yes, AI is amazing, but it is not that smart after all. Our brains are smarter. Our cognitive capabilities are smarter. And we need to use those even when we are using AI. You need to be a tech expert to use AI. I am an example myself. I have never studied tech. I've never studied how to use a computer. I actually learned how to use a computer. But today I speak on AI. I train on AI, not because I'm a tech expert, but because I'm curious enough to learn. Someone in the room asked, how can I get better at prompting? The best way to learn is to try. The more you keep learning and using these tools, you keep learning how to refine, how to get better, and how to grow. Then AI thinks like humans. AI doesn't think like humans. It actually predicts. And what prediction means that you can be right or wrong. If you told an AI tool today that stealing is very good, the AI tool will probably start to believe that stealing is good, which is not. So it simply uses the data we have provided to predict and give us information. But we, as human beings, have the power to tell whether something is right or wrong. AI is a threat to creativity. I'm here to say that it can actually amplify creativity. It depends on how you do it. It can actually be a serious threat to creativity if you don't use it the right way, and I'll be sharing that. As we use AI, we need to think of it as more than a tool that is just automating our work, more than something that is just making our work easier, creating essays easily for us. But think of it as a thinking partner that helps you to write a business case, a thinking partner that helps you to design a flyer, a thinking partner that helps you to revise for your exam. When you look at it that way, you'll actually realize that you'll be able to achieve more. But kindly note, I have not said that it is a thinking replacement, but a partner. That means that, yes, as it handles the routine tasks, you also have to have some time to use your creativity, your reasoning to improve on those tasks. As it allows you to create information faster, you need to be able to refine that information. As it makes research faster and easier, can you be able to write a very good paper, write very good research from what it has given you? And yes, as it finds and sees what you may not ordinarily do. I come from an academic background, and when I share with the professors, they say that it would take them over 10 years to do their PhD because they would have to literally comb through books. But AI has made it easy. I can be able to find over 20 or 30 articles that I need for a topic within one point. Then it fine-tunes our creative ideas. It doesn't replace them, but fine-tunes them. So we start from us, we give it, and then it improves. That is the best way to use AI. And a lot of us in the room may ask, how do we use AI creatively? Most of us, over 4.7 billion of us, this is data across the world, are using ChatGPT. And I know when you open your YouTube, there's that ad. I don't know if you have come across it. Apart from Tai Chi, they're telling you you are underutilizing AI. That ad is actually very true because there's so many AI tools that can do even much better than ChatGPT, but we're not utilizing them. For instance, if you want to come up with a very creative PowerPoint presentation, go to Canva instead of ChatGPT. If you want to write, have documents that are smarter in terms of English, smarter in terms of grammar, probably the tools you should be using are Quillbot or Grammarly. And when I talk about creativity doesn't mean that we confine ourselves to one tool because that is all we know. I encourage you, when you leave this room, go and explore another tool, another AI tool. You'll be amazed at what it can do. Humphrey and his team like to design. I encourage you to look at other design tools. There's Nano Banana. It's quite amazing what it can do under Gemini. But a lot of people don't know about it. There are so many tools, but you'll only be able to learn how to use AI creatively when you expose yourselves to these tools. And ChatGPT just gives you the basics. It teaches you how to prompt. And when you learn that prompting skill, go and apply it to all these other tools. You'll be shocked that there's even tools that are specific to your sector. If you are looking for certain research in the health sector or in the agriculture sector, there is people that have created tools, AI tools specially for that. Can you look into those tools and utilize them? How can we use AI creatively in our different sectors? And I just picked a few sectors here. There is marketing and branding. You can use AI to create adverts, to create social media content, to create images and even videos. In today's world, a video that would take so long to create, you can simply go and prompt an AI tool and it's able to give you a very good video. Gemini has such powerful tools that they almost even create a video that has actual human beings, beyond the AI powered images that we see. Go in and see how to do that. Then in business, while previously you'd spend over a month, 2 weeks, you'd even pay a consultant to write a business proposal or to create an investor pitch. AI has the power to support you to do that. Maybe you're looking into going into a different market and you don't really know where to start from to research about that market. You can go into ChatGPT and ask it, I'm looking to start this business. What does the competitor landscape look like? You can even ask it and tell it, Give me the strengths of this environment. Give me the weaknesses of this environment. Give me references to this information that it has given so that you can even find those reports that you would ordinarily not have found on your own. Then for our friends in HR, you can use it for recruitment and selection, for performance analysis. Gone are the days where, you sit down with someone and you're appraising them, and based on what they tell you, that's when you give them the mark. Today, you can actually use AI tools to track. A lot of our organizations are actually using IT systems, but we're not using that data. Do you know that, for instance, if you're a customer support manager, you can tell how long your customer support team has been online supporting people? So we are using all these digital systems, but we are not really tapping into them. We're not tapping into their data. Yet their data has so much it can give us. Then there's agriculture. Michael was saying that we love to talk in Uganda. And I recently found out that our friends in Kenya are way ahead. In Kenya, we're seeing that farmers are using apps like Tumaini, like Kaup, to detect crop diseases. They are using these apps to also detect whether it's going to rain in this month or it's going to be hot in the next month. As Uganda, agriculture is our backbone, and we can do a lot more. But every single time we are crying, oh, I cannot grow my crops in this season. The season caught me off guard. Yet we have smartphones. We have smartphones that we're working with every day, but we're only using those smartphones for WhatsApp and TikTok. Yet all these apps are already there. They are available, and some of them aren't even expensive. We can invest in them and use them. I know there are people in the health sector. If you didn't know, there is actually now training on people that can be able to guide machines that are going to operate with AI. So you have an AI-powered machine, but because of the policies in place, the powered machine cannot carry out a surgery on its own. So you as a doctor have to be trained to prompt or to ensure that this machine does the right thing. So that is also a skill that is happening. It may not be here in Uganda, but 5 years from now, 6 years from now, because it's already happening elsewhere, it is going to come here. So in the health sector, that is something for you to look into. Then looking at how you can use AI on a personal basis in your personal productivity. Again, I'll re-echo what Michael said. In today's day and age, there is no reason for you to provide work that is not good. When my students send me an essay and it has typos, I worry. Because even before you implement an AI tool like Grammarly or Quillbot, already there is something embedded in Microsoft to help you correct those grammar errors. So you can be able to use these tools to improve your communication, to research smarter, to automate routine tasks. Or there is also the aspect of learning and development. In today's day and age, if you have a degree, even if you have a PhD, it is not enough. You have to continuously learn. And how do you effectively learn? If you go into Coursera today, Coursera will give you a mini sort of questionnaire. And what Coursera is trying to do is they're trying to find out the gaps you have in your area and therefore suggest certain courses you need to do to bridge those gaps. That is effective learning, because you're not just going to take on a course generally just because you feel like taking it on, but you're actually going to take on a course that is going to help you improve in your areas of weakness. So even if I'm a PhD student currently, but I have accepted the reality that as a teacher, I'm going to be learning for the rest of my life because technology is evolving. Our Gen Zs, our Gen Alphas, they're not going to be learning like the way we learned. So I have to continuously pace myself to look for those courses that really target me. And most of those courses you can find on Coursera, you can find on LinkedIn Learning. They are very, very fine-tuned and they are customized to your gaps. Then there's also smarter decision making. A lot of us have so much data, but we are sitting on it. Yet it is actually gold. Before you go and ask your employees, for instance, why they are not happy with something, do you know you can actually find data or information regarding what makes them happy or what makes them sad in the organization based on how they've been interacting with the systems of the organization? We have so much data, but we do not use the data. We don't mine it and get to understand it. And while, yes, previously data analysis was this big thing that was so complicated, today you can get your data and use an AI tool, and it can tell you, these are the issues. And it can even go ahead to propose solutions for you. Then personal branding. A lot of us are doing amazing things, but if I went to your LinkedIn, I won't find anything. I am one of those people that really doesn't like to share on social media, but I've been pushed to share because even the reason I am here today is because someone looked at my LinkedIn profile and they're like, oh, she's doing some great work in the AI space. It is a global world today. You are doing those amazing things. You don't want to blow your trumpet. It is not that you're being proud, but please blow your trumpet. It will allow you to extend your purpose on earth even further. A lot of us think, oh, we need to be humble. We shouldn't talk about ourselves. But think of it this way. There are so many lives you could reach. There are so many countries you could be in impacting lives. But because you don't want to talk about yourself, you're being held back. And a lot of times after, talking, I've had a busy day, and then I sit back and I'm like, I have to create a post and tell people that I've been here. And sometimes my brain is really tired. AI helps me to create something. But even as I create, I try to make sure that I use my brain. Because on LinkedIn today, you'll find everyone saying that they are thrilled. You go through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 topics. I am thrilled. I am thrilled. I am thrilled. Even as you're using AI to create your social media posts, add some spice to them so that even when someone is looking through your social media, there's something that captivates them. If I am saying I am thrilled, I'm going to bypass all those. I am thrilled, isn't it? Yes. So talk about yourself, talk about the work that you're doing, and do it in a creative way, using AI and also using your brain. Then when creating with AI goes wrong, I know people are waiting for me to tell them how to create with AI, but let me first tell you about this. Because if we don't understand this, we won't understand the flesh of my discussion. This is one of the examples that showed how using AI could go wrong. The Albanese government paid so much money to Deloitte to create a report. And yes, Deloitte was creative, since we're talking about creativity, enough to use AI. But they didn't use it in the right way. They fell prey to a lot of the issues that a lot of us fall when we're using AI. Copying and pasting. Not reading through, not adding any originality. And do you know what happened at the end of that day? Their reputation was tainted. I can only imagine the amount of business that Deloitte has lost because of this issue. That is one of the ways that AI can go wrong. Then I like to bring up this very controversial study. Each time for some of my professors at the university, when I talk about the issues of AI, they're like, no, there was even a study that said that it's killing our brains. Yes, that study was there. We can see the headings. ChatGPT may be eroding critical thinking skills. ChatGPT use is linked to cognitive decline. Using AI bots like ChatGPT rots your brain. And yes, indeed, AI can actually rot our brain. AI can actually affect our creativity negatively. But like everything, the title or the heading, people often focus on the heading and forget to talk about or really look into the flesh of the article. When you get into this article, it provides some important context. So just to give you a summary of this article, I need some help to put in the battery. So as they connect the laptop, so what this study did is that it sort of categorized different people into three groups. One group that was using AI, another group that was using Google search engine, and then another group that was basically using only their brain. And then they told them to write essays. Now, the first phase of the study showed that the people who wrote with their brains performed better and could actually remember what they had written. The ones who used Google search were moderate. Then the ones who used AI alone, not AI alone. Yes, they somewhat did something, but their work was dull. You remember what I talked about in I Am Thrilled? You can see a LinkedIn post that someone has just gone and copied and pasted on LinkedIn. There was that dullness, there was that lack of emotion. And the funny thing is that these people couldn't even remember what they had written. And this wasn't even after several months, no, it was after a few days. Now, they did another study. They got that same group and then told all of them, use AI. The study showed that the people who had used their brain alone and now used AI actually performed even better. So what this study tells us is that if you use AI only, you're going to be like the people it showed, let me just get the right words. It showed weak learning, it showed low brain activity, it will also affect your memory. But if you're like this brain-only group, where you use your brain, then you use your AI, you'll be able to achieve even more. Actually, for this brain-only group, they showed that the creativity even increased more. That means that, yes, we want to use AI for everything, but we also need to add aspects of our brain. I like to say that if we do not begin talking about the responsible use of AI, we're going to have the next generation walking around when their brains can't think. Did you know that your brain gets sharper when you think, when you expose it to hard tasks? So don't lose that about yourself. Even if this AI is there to help, let this AI be there to refine. Let it be there to help you summarize. But try and as much as possible to keep your brain active. Because as you keep your brain active, it also becomes sharper. When you keep it dull, it will remain dull because it's a muscle. So the more you use it, the better it gets. So how do we use this AI in our creativity? How do we ensure that we're also using it wisely? One, we need to ensure that we're not falling prey to bias and discrimination. If you write an article today, always second check that it is not biased. If you are using a tool for your recruitment, for example, ensure that it's not only just getting people who are female or getting people from a certain area. Let it be unbiased. Then lack of transparency. A lot of us are in the service industry. Yes, you're going to go and use AI. For example, you're in the banking industry and you'll go and do a credit scoring for someone and you'll give them a loan, or you refuse to give someone a loan. And you've arrived at that decision using AI. If this person tells you, why haven't you given me a loan? Can you be able to explain that? So even as AI is helping you and supporting you, know what it is doing in the background, understand what it is doing. Because there'll be a time in case where you'll be in front of a court or a panel and you'll be asked, how did you arrive at this decision? And you won't know. Then data privacy and security. Yes, I have said that we can use AI to analyze data, but also don't just go and get your client's data and give it to ChatGPT. Every single thing we give to the internet, even if it tells us there's privacy, there's all these things, it just takes one wise hacker to hack it, and all that information is out, isn't it? So if there's information that you are not so sure about that should be out there in the public, please don't share it on AI. You can still share that information, but maybe if there are people's names, for example, change the names so that it's not identifiable. A lot of the times we have seen people's salaries in the newspapers. It's because those salaries were probably shared online somewhere that wasn't safe. So as we use AI for writing policies, for writing our company documents, let us try as much as possible to ensure that we are not exposing data that shouldn't be out there. And just something for us to note, if you're using a free AI tool, that data is being taken and it's being used to train the model. So if you probably want to secure your data, I would encourage you to invest in a paid version. And even after you invest in the paid version, ensure that you go to your settings and ensure that it's not picking your data so that it is safe. Then lots of human touch and stifling of our creativity. Yes, we want to use AI to be better, to create, but let us not forget that our brains are the most creative things on this earth. So even as we create with AI, let us also remember our brains. Let us keep using our brains in conjunction with AI to come up with something better. And also think about the legal aspects. What happens when you use AI the wrong way? What happens when you expose company data to an AI tool and then that data is exposed? Before you integrate AI, especially for those pertinent issues in your organization, always second check that your policy or your government or the government laws are actually in line. So I know I've told us to be creative, to use AI, to try different, tools. But let us also be creative responsibly. I found this interesting image on the internet and I wondered, the person who prompted this, what were they thinking? And I can only imagine how many prompts they had to use to get to this interesting image. Now, a lot of us think we are just having fun, yeah? But this fun is actually affecting us. And when we talk about climate issues in Uganda or in Africa, they seem far off, Every time I talk about climate, someone told me, oh, you're bringing your Europe mindset. But I would like you to think about the times you are stuck in traffic because it's flooding. Or the times you can't find your favorite fruit because it has refused to rain. Or perhaps you are a farmer and all your coffee dies because the rainy season didn't happen. All those are effects of climate change. And the way we use AI affects our climate. It's actually been said that currently AI is using the most energy. It's using the most water. And that is affecting our what? Our climate. This is some data. It's not Ugandan data, but it can give us an idea. For example, the power that Google uses, and now Google is powered by AI. This is AI data, but they categorize it into the different tools that we use. The power that Google uses when using AI can power over 2.3 million households. That's almost the whole of Kampala or even more. And a lot of times we keep worrying, we don't have power, we don't have power. But we are the ones busy creating these images. You worry that your data is too expensive or you are spending so much money on data, but you are the one creating such an image or using the AI unnecessary. AI runs on databases, The more data it needs the more databases it needs. And these databases are like machines, so they heat up. And when they heat up, they need water, isn't it? And we recently faced a crisis where some of us don't have water in our houses. that water could be going to these databases. So for the people in the tech space, Nesta and the team, I encourage us to find ways to, and you'll come and talk about that. But for me, each time I'm in a tech space, yes, AI is lovely, but what is costing the environment is a lot. Can we find ways to build AI systems that don't cost this much? And even as users, can we use AI systems more responsibly? Now I'm going to go to the flesh that we have been waiting for. I like to end with this because I believe that when you know how to use something responsibly, you even use it better. A lot of people think that if I can use AI anywhere, anyhow, I am the best, but no. The power in using AI is in realizing how you can use it, what you can use it for, and the extent that you can use it for. So how do we ensure that we're using AI to amplify our creativity? The first is to start with our own ideas. As someone who has used AI for a while, I've noticed that each time I actually tell AI what to pick from, it gives me something better. It is better than when I go and just tell the AI, oh, I need an AI policy, please create something for me. But if I draft something, it may not even be a lot. It may be probably sections that I want in my policy, and then I put that information in the AI. It's able to give me something much better that I want. And I even find that I take a much quicker time to get what I want than when I start with it. When I start with it, I find that I have to keep prompting it over and over again. There's a time I was even so frustrated, I almost quarreled at it, and I told it, you are not giving me what I want, you know? And I realized that it is not smart at all. It is not that smart. And proper prompting is that what you give the AI is what it gives you. So garbage in, garbage out. How do you reduce this garbage? Give it an idea of what you want. Then use AI as a thinking partner, not a finishing tool. When AI gives you something, a document, a picture, you go and see how you can further refine it. Yeah. For the guys that are doing photography in this room, see how to use AI. You'll be amazed at how much it will be able to edit the pictures. You'll be amazed at how much it will be able to create artwork for you. Yeah. So you go and try using AI. You'll be shocked at how much it will make the editing work faster for you. Then inject human emotion where AI falls short. We as human beings, yes, AI is trying to be emotional. AI will tell you, I feel sorry for you, but it is a robot. It doesn't feel sorry for you. So even when it says it feels sorry for you, it will come off plain and fake. You as a human being, you have emotions. So if you're writing a document, you're writing that social media post, add something that makes it unique, that makes people connect with it. There's a reason why you'll be going through Instagram or you'll be going through a reel, and there's a reel that will captivate you because of the way the story has been told. Yes, probably that person has used AI, but they have added a bit of their emotion, and that is what captivates you. I will not mention the telecom company in the room, but I know some of us have been frustrated when you call a telephone company and then it tells you to talk to this, click 1, click 2, then you click 2 and then it's sending you to another 1, another 2, then so that emotion is very important. And there was a bank in Australia that fired almost 42 people and replaced them with AI bots. This bank thought that, wow, we have done something amazing, we have cut our costs. But actually what happened is that they lost customers. The customers were unhappy. Their engagement was low. So they had to now get back some people who would work with these AI bots. AI is not human. AI technologies are not human. So yes, much as they will help us, they still need that human touch. They need that human emotion. That is where you come in different. The doctors, you find that people can actually find everything they need on their phone. Half of the time, I've diagnosed myself, but I sometimes want the doctor to give me more information. Probably there is things that the doctor will see on my face that the technology will not see. Or maybe in the way I talk, the doctor will tell, oh, she has a dry cough. The technology will not be able to see that. So we still need to inject our human emotion. Then still stay curious and challenge the output. And today, if you're using ChatGPT, it is actually helping us to do that, yeah? When you go into ChatGPT, you tell it to do something. It will tell you, do you want me to do this? Do you want me to summarize this? Encourage it to do that for you. You'll notice that the fifth prompt you'll get will be much better than the what? First prompt. So I usually tell people, take at least 5 to 10 minutes before you take what the AI has given you and keep prompting. And sometimes you'll find that there is something it will give you in the last prompt that probably was not in the first prompt that you want. So it is your human intelligence to go and get that information that it gave you in the first prompt and merge it into the what? Fifth prompt. Now that is how you use AI creatively. Then use AI to scale ideas, not replace them. Let AI just handle mainly the repetitive, data-heavy tasks, but also add your creativity. If you're writing a business proposal, yes, it can help you draft one, but go through that business proposal, see what it misses, see how to add your human touch so that it can be better. Then AI does not know you. It doesn't know your context. It doesn't know your organization. Most times when I've written policies for companies and I use AI to help me, I notice that they just get all these policies online, yeah? But some of the companies have unique things to them. They have unique challenges. They have unique context. So you need to understand those unique aspects so that you inject them in. AI is not going to be there monitoring everything that goes in your organization. You are the one going to be doing that, and you add that creativity. Then just to give us, these are I could say the few pointers I have on AI prompting. Someone asked about AI prompting. And these are some tips that I have for you. Have a clear question. Like in every research, even if you are going to research on Google or anywhere, have a clear question. For instance, if I go to AI and tell AI, what is the largest lake? AI won't know whether it is in Africa, whether it's in the US, whether it's in Uganda. But when I add largest lake in Uganda, it's able to give me something better. When I go and ask for data and maybe I say, what is the rate of maternity death in Uganda? AI will probably just pick data from any year. But if I ask it and tell it, what is the maternity death rates in Uganda between 2024 and 2025 in maybe the district of Kapchora? Do you see how my question is getting clearer? So in that way, as you make your questions clearer, you get more targeted answers. You get better answers. So who, what, where, when, why, and how? Those are critical questions to always ensure that you're asking. Then be specific, but leave room for creativity. Yes, you'd want to confine the AI a bit, but also don't confine it too much, depending on the question that you're asking. Allow it to explore. Allow it to pick data from various places, especially if you're doing a research topic or you're researching on something. Then also use role playing for better context. I've found that when I push the AI to think like someone, it actually gives me better information. For instance, I'm probably writing a report for the health sector. Yeah? I will go and tell AI to help me write the report. It will actually write a very good report with simple English. Now, when I usually tell it, please write this report for me as a health expert, I will notice something different. It will begin to pick numbers in the health sector. It will begin to even use language in the health sector. So sometimes telling AI to be like someone makes it work better and give you that language. There's certain ways maybe the people in the health sector write their reports. They don't have time. So you're not going to have so many long pages. So it will also automatically change the way it's going to write the report. Then stack your prompts. That is called prompt chaining. Sometimes we want AI to write or summarize an entire document for us. Yes, it can, but like I said, AI is even you as a human being, if you think about yourself, sometimes you get a lot of a lot of fatigue looking at so many documents. That's the same way with AI. If you're going to give AI 5 documents and you tell it, summarize all these 5 documents for me, yes, it will pick ideas, but it probably won't be as effective if you give it bits by bits. So the best way to work with AI, as opposed to giving it so much, give it little and keep prompting it. Then add style and tone instructions. If you want it to sound humble, if you want it to sound polite, maybe you want to fire someone, but you don't want to be very mean, it can help you tone down the language. So you can tell it, I would like to write a message or an email, probably warning my employee who did this and this. Please help me write it in a professional way. It can help you. Then experiment and refine. I like to use AI like I'm talking to someone, yeah? Where I tell it, do this, then it does. How about this? Like, have a conversation with it. If you're not happy with it, tell it, you know what, I think this could be better if you added this aspect. Or maybe reorganize this document. The more you keep having a conversation with it, you keep dialoguing with it, it eventually gives the right thing. Just to close, yes, AI is a very powerful creative tool. But like I said, you also have an advantage. Yes, we're going to be AI experts from today. But let us not forget that our brains and we as human beings have such intelligent features about us. As a human being, AI probably doesn't understand your culture. If you got the hardest proverb in your language and put it in AI, it probably won't get it right because it doesn't understand your culture. Maybe it will get there in a few years, but it still doesn't understand yet. Your lived experience, AI, for example, won't know that you had a bad morning. It won't know unless maybe we get to a point where we have chips in our bodies, which is coming. But if it's a laptop or phone, it probably won't know. Your interpretation, your emotion, your storytelling. All of us have different ways we tell our stories. There are those of us, I'm a poet, so I tell my stories poetically. There are those of us who are very factual, so they tell their stories factually. And that is how, for me as a teacher, I can tell that this person has written this person's essay. Because all of us have a unique way that we write, a unique way that we tell our stories. Then your understanding of your unique context. Yes, AI will look at this as a hotel, but this hotel has its unique aspects to it that AI won't be able to bring. Creativity belongs to those who know how to think with machines, not like machines. And what that means is that don't aim to be like AI. Aim to be unique, a unique person working with AI. Because AI shouldn't replace you or your creativity. It should elevate it. So redesign your tasks to stay relevant. If you're seated here or you're online and you're worried about losing your job tomorrow, before being worried, start to think. If I had to sit in front of my boss against an AI tool, what can I say that makes me unique? And trust me, there is something that makes you unique. Even the bank tellers, a lot of banks are automating, and we have a lot of these automated bank things happening. And the truth is, some clients are frustrated. So as a bank teller, you probably still have value in this AI-powered world or in this tech world. You just need to think about, how can I redefine or redesign my job to stay ahead of the competition? Thank you very much.
Thank you, for Professor. Thank you very much, Irene, for that. It was a very interesting conversation around the errors, issues to do with cognitive decline. And those of us who lead Gen Zs have been seeing a lot of that. Thank you very much, Irene. And I think for us to move as fast as possible, let us have our next speaker. You want to take a break? Okay, then let's take a break. So please come back. But it's okay. Let me come to you.
She's the Masawa. She can tell us how, and the teacher, she can tell us how long you can have our attention and how long we're supposed to have the breaks. Just sorry. But thank you for that presentation. It was really nice. And as you kept going through it, I kept having a couple of questions in my head, which you actually answered at the end. But now that we're in this room, I was thinking I could bring up some things that I've interfaced with AI, and maybe we could have a very good conversation around it. My first of all, what you answered very well, I kept asking myself, and I know now that if you're not using AI for the things that you have mentioned, you are the loser, because it makes work really, better and easier. My question, which you have kind of answered, was where do we strike the balance when it comes especially to the ethics? You see, our professors are complaining, and the grantors actually say we can detect when you're using AI, so watch out. But then you want to refine your work and your ideas with AI. So where do we strike the balance? I don't know if you can talk more into that. I picked a few as you were presenting. And then, since you're from the psychology world and somebody mentioned about parenting and AI, I came across a story online. A teenager had committed suicide. You saw that? And then the parents realized AI was actually giving them ideas and actually leading them to that incident. It was really scary. I thought I would bring that to you so that you can, say something about that. I mean, you're talking about AI as our thinking partner. I am a victim. I always listen to the doctor, but also go and confirm in AI. To what extent are we supposed to use that information that AI gives us, especially in our lives? And then finally, as you were going through the presentation, you kept mentioning a couple of AI tools. I learned a few that I've noted down here. I will go and try them out. My question is, are they free? They are free? And do they need any specific skills maybe to use?
All right, thank you. Very good questions. So the first you talked about was okay. I'll try to remember them. Do you have them written? Oh, okay.
The very first one was we need to use AI, but ethical.
Yes, the ethical bit. I like to say ethics is a personal thing, right? Because no one is going to police you. Yeah, you are, and you can even get away with it. I mean the education sector, and we are now saying you can use AI. The publishing journals that were probably the most strict are now saying you can actually publish a paper using AI. But what are ethics about it? If you have created work with AI, the bare minimum is to at least tell the person that I have created work with AI. I mean, you can create such amazing work with AI, but always ensure that you reference it. Then, two, there is certain places where AI cannot be relied on. For example, in the health sector, I know if you're working with people, if you're working with children, there's very, very strict policies against fully relying on AI. So if, for instance, you're a doctor, you should not be diagnosing someone using AI. It can just help you, give you an idea, but you have to bring your expertise in. So ethics is a personal issue. But I encourage you to read more about. There are so many policies, especially in relation to the organization. But for you as a human being, if you, I mean, someone can even cheat, you know, in an exam. They can cheat in a course assignment and someone will never find out. But who is losing out at the end of the day? It is you. Because if you give me an AI essay, 5 years from now, you probably won't even remember what I told you. Yeah? So it comes down to what are the ripple effects. Beyond the now, we need to think about what can happen later. Then you also mentioned creating the balance. And for a lot of times, I have been told that I confuse people whether I'm pro AI or I'm anti AI. I've got that a lot, but I'm actually mid AI. And that is what I advocate for. And everyone who tells me they want to hear me, I tell them, are you ready for the dark side? Because I feel that we have painted AI as this small god, quote unquote, that is going to do everything. And we are forgetting that it, just like any tool, it also has a dark side to it. And if we do not begin to think about this dark side, a lot of the times I have stood in places and spoke to people. Some people come and tell me, you know what, because of what you have said, I'm actually going to start using it differently. Because at the end of the day, if you don't use that AI in the right way, you're going to be the person who your boss will tell you, you used to be very intelligent, but now I don't understand what's going on. You're actually the one going to lose out. Your creativity is going to get duller, you know? So I always say, create a balance within yourselves and those around you, because these ripple bad effects are to you mostly. So how are you using AI? For your personal, you know, if it's issues to do with health, I don't advise people to completely rely on AI. Yeah, you know, because go to the doctor who's trained, and we pray and hope that the Gen Alpha doctor will not be an AI doctor, because we're also seeing those, right? Yeah. Then you talked about parenting. I am a mother to an 11-month-year-old boy. And I and my husband have refused to expose any telephone to him or any tab. And we intend to do that. Actually, in our house, we probably won't be having a tab for a while until he probably has to be exposed to it at school. Why? And this, when I had the pleasure of giving a TED talk, this was actually one of the things I was talking about, the negative effect of technology. For children, there's actually been data that shows that excessive screen time negatively impacts their brain development, their cognitive development, their social and physical. Children learn through play. They learn through imitation. Even our TVs, you'll find that there are children who can talk like Miss Rachel, but they can't talk to human beings. Yeah? I like to say that if you guys are in the room, want to fund the research, I'm happy to do it. I want to study the impact of digital devices on children, because I feel that I don't know if it's excitement of technologies, but you find that even a 1-year-old, a 2-year-old has a tab, and this child is stuck to the tab the entire day. They can't eat, they are not running, they are not exploring their environment because they are on the tab all the time. That is detrimental to that child's brain, because each time a child is able to run, each time they touch the floor, they touch the table, they watch someone's mouth moving, they are learning. So if you're in this room and you've probably been victim to that, I know it's very difficult. And again, that is the research I want to get into, to also support parents who have, because when you expose a child to a tab or a screen, getting them off is also extremely hard. There's actually now some studies out in Europe and some centers that are actually supporting children who are highly addicted, because you find that these children will become very depressed. They'll become throw tantrums because they're not happy. So even as we use technology, even our simple smartphones, you're scrolling through TikTok the entire day, you're scrolling through Instagram the entire day, it's having an effect on your brain. It can cause dementia, you know, because your brain needs to rest naturally. But imagine you're on your phone 9 hours, 11 hours, you know, and some of us even sleep very late because we're on our phones. We're not giving our brains that time to rest. So they are working faster. So what our brain would have done back in that day, say 6 hours, you find that our brain is on overdrive for over 18 hours. That is a lot. So we find ourselves actually not thinking well. Yeah. So that's a bit of psychology. Yes. Thank you. The tools now, what I know is for most of these tools, there's a paid version and then there's a what? A free version. So the free version is quite limiting. But if you really like a tool, before you go ahead and pay for all these 5 different tools, see that one tool that you really like. I usually say maybe you can pay for a generative AI tool, then the others, you can generate what you want and then you take to the others to refine. Then if maybe for the photographers, you can now really invest in those. There are those creative tools, the Nano Bananas, the Dell, those ones, because you know you guys' work is really on photography and artwork. If you like to write a lot, then probably you need to invest in ChatGPT or DeepSeek and Gemini, and then maybe a Grammarly or Quillbot. Yes. Yes.
I now learned that there is Gemini that helps create videos and
Yes.
with actual human beings.
Yes.
And I'm thinking about health communication. Sometimes we work with the communities. And,
Yeah.
you know, sometimes we want to pass on health education, but maybe it's better done, you know, with visuals.
Yes. I think
Without any skill, can I?
yes, you just need to learn how to prompt. You can say, please create for me a video, and you be very specific. In a village with hats, with a black person, with, you know, like you really, really be specific, and then it will generate. Then you keep prompting it. Yeah. I feel like I've talked a lot.
Any other questions? Okay. I think I saw a screenshot sometime back about how you spend your day at work looking at medium-sized screen, then you come back home, and you take breaks from that medium-sized screen. That bigger screen to relax and rest, then you sleep, then you come back again. But thank you very much, Michelle. Please don't look at your phones. Hey, that's the challenge.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome back from that short break. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Thank you so much, the Swedish Institute and the Swedish Uganda Alumni Network for this invitation. I'm very, very passionate about this conversation today, and when I was invited to talk about it, there are very many things that came to my mind, especially when you're dealing with an alumni community that has experienced cross-continental exchange, cross-continental fellowships. The conversation of AI comes in, especially when you're looking at it from an African perspective. Now, I've been privileged by God to be part of different experiences out of the continent, on the continent, and to see and to experience how the global community sees Africa from a point of innovation, partnerships, and business. And that prompted me to have that topic. It's going to be an interesting topic. Maybe you've heard about it, but today I'm going to give you a very deep expose of this. Architecting ecosystems from knowledge exchange to agentic AI co-creation in Uganda and Europe. That's what we're going to talk about today. So we're going to have a very deep discussion on AI, but marry it to innovation and cross-continental innovation as well. Now, a bit about me there. My name is Nesta Paul Katende. I am very privileged to lead an organization called OTIC. OTIC Group registered here in Uganda, but also in Kigali, Rwanda. We are deep into building artificial intelligence software for corporate organizations, for the public sector. We have so far trained about 5,500 people across the country. We always do an annual national AI free skilling initiative across the country, free of charge, where we train Ugandans across the country on AI competencies. Next year, we're actually taking it continental. So we're going to launch what they call the Africa Free Agentic AI initiative. You'll see it coming through. But also we are deep into the AI education space in that regard. So that is basically what I do. Now, fundamentally, it's important for us to understand, before I go deeper, that when we're talking about artificial intelligence, it's important for us to define what type of artificial intelligence we're talking about. Because I always say that the artificial intelligence as of January 2023, or even January 2024, is different from the conversation of artificial intelligence as of October 2025. The trajectory has changed, right? We are into what we call, we moved from Moore's law. Gordon Moore was a gentleman, was a futurist, one of the co-founders of Intel, who came up with a law after his name and says that computing power doubles every after 2 years. Every after a 2-year dispensational leap, there is the computing power, doubles. And from Moore's law, we entered the law of accelerating returns, where now computing power is not doubling every after 2 years. It's now a vertical exponential leap. As a matter of fact, right now, computing power now doubles every after 3 months. So every after 3 months or less, you're going to find a more powerful algorithm, a more powerful large language model. So in that regard, the conversation of AI begins to change quickly and pivot very fast. What you thought AI as of January is different from the AI of October. Even the skill sets of AI as of January are different from the skill sets of AI of October 2025. So sometimes I'm torn betwixt about AI courses anymore, because you may be doing an AI course competing with the AI course of next year around January 2025. Because now every AI course carries its own skill set. Like every eon, like every age carries its own skill set, every AI course carries its own skill set. Let me give you an example. When, for example, the conversation of machine learning models, right? 2002, the early 2000s, right? The very conversation of AI began around 1950, Alan Turing. But then later, the first chatbot came around 1966, that is Eliza. To the early 2000s, we enter machine learning. So the very concepts of data science and data analytics, actually, the course data science and data analytics, the conversation of AI, learning patterns is around the early 2000s. So when someone does a course in data science and data analytics, they're understanding the world dispensation and era of AI as of the early 2000s. COVID comes in the early 2020s. That's when now the world moves from machine learning models to LLMs, large language models, right? The rise of the ChatGPTs, the Geminis. So now the skill sets change also now there. The skill sets now become prompt engineering, generative AI. Now we are into agentic AI. The skill sets have now changed. So now if I do a course in data analytics right now, I might in a sort of a way compete with the AI of January 2025, October 2025, because right now agentic systems can actually do the data analytics. So that means now I should know how to build agentic AI systems that actually do data analytics, as opposed to being a data analyst. I should know how to build agentic AI systems that do that. So when we are talking about AI, I always begin by asking the fundamental questions. Can we calibrate our thought process around which AI we are talking about, so that our conversation is relevant and in tandem with the times and eons that we're in right now, the AI as of now, right? And before I go deep as well, the very concept of the word disruption. When you see, for example, ChatGPT come through, there's always, this question of, okay, AI is going to take away our jobs. ChatGPT is coming through disruptive technologies, a lot around disruptive technology. But even before we go further, now that we know the AI we're talking about is, now we're dealing with agentic AI systems, the concept of disruptive technology, to pivot this conversation deeper, you should understand that disruptive technology is not an event, it's a predictable pattern. Technology is predictable. There are patterns and principles of progress that can predict the next 10, 30, 40 years. Let me give you an example. If an earthquake hits there, the person that is standing on the road will say, wow, there was an earthquake. But the geologist in Entebbe already saw the movement of the tectonic plates under, the pressures building up in the tectonic plates, and they were able to predict and say, an earthquake is about to hit that place, a tsunami is about to hit that place. So the geologist is not shocked that an earthquake was there, isn't it? It is you who is shocked. It is the same force, that there are pressures that are building up under the tectonic plates of this industry of technology, that as they build up, the earthquake in this side, the disruption, the pressures that are building up under, rising, leading to an earthquake coming out, so leading to a disruption, a disruptive new technology, those different pressures that are building up, if you're able to study the patterns and principles, the pressures, data connectivity, data availability, internet connectivity, if you're able to study the pressures that are building up under, and hence leading to a rise of a disruptive technology, you could say, you are able to predict that if this is happening in this particular period of time, then maybe by 2070, this particular technology is about to come into place. So right now, let me position myself so that when we enter the year 2026, 2027, I'm not as of them who are saying AI is going to take away my job. I already studied that the patterns and the principles. I saw the trajectory. I saw the movements of the tectonic plates of my industry, the pressures building up in the financial industry. And so I could predict that maybe the finance industry is about to hit this direction. The question I want to pose today, do you know the tectonic plates that are driving your industry? What pressures are moving the financial industry? If you can study the patterns and principles in whatever industry you are in, then you are able to position yourself and to predict how that course, how your industry, how your sector is going to be affected, how is it going to be, how it's going to change in the next 2, 3, 4 years. So me, I'm not shocked by technology. As a matter of fact, I'm not moved. I simply go back and understand the patterns and the principles, and I'm able to predict that. So in this context, ladies and gentlemen, this topic is around cross-continental. And if you look at the topic there, it's from knowledge exchange to agentic AI co-creation, right? Now we're going to go a little bit faster here so that I give it context very well. Now, for so long, the conversation around innovation, especially when dealing with countries that we have been in, the cross-collaboration countries in this case, maybe the countries, we have been privileged to be a part of, or the conversation of Africa and the global community has been around innovation partnership, right? It has been around innovation partnership, as you can see there. But there's a challenge here because you cannot talk about innovation partnership. When I was looking at this topic, I wanted to study how this is happening. And for Africa to be a co-creator in the AI space, especially dealing with the international community, we must rethink the architecture and the structure by which we deal with the global community. Because if you look at this here, is the traditional model has been the global community giving Africa the funding and the knowledge and the preconceived concept already made and designed, and then Africa comes on earth, comes here, right, to simply implement and give a report. But you see, the AI ecosystem has leveled the playing ground. What maybe may limit you is your level of exposure. But whatever a person has in Beijing, China right now, I have access to. Well, I have access to. Because now I can build a mobile application in minutes. I can deploy a website right now in minutes. And at OTIC, we teach people that. Right? So the traditional mode of innovation, as you can see there in the slide, has been, innovation partnership where knowledge and funding flow in one direction. You see, knowledge and funding. So knowledge and funding flow. So, and the problem is that if knowledge and funding is flowing in one direction, we are not active participants of this ecosystem. I don't know if you're getting what I'm saying, but I'm going to explain. And so, if you look at that slide there, we enter into a space where most of our ventures or most of our innovations are not sustainable. We don't have shared IP. We don't have shared intellectual property. Because you, in the tech ecosystem, you are simply receiving knowledge and funding and implement a project. Look at that structure there. Look at that pipeline. The linear, I called it the linear leaky pipeline. It's a one-way. Right? So, knowledge and funding flow from Europe to Uganda, but look what happens. 40% of value leakage through IP drain. Because obviously, if I've conceived an idea and I'm going to give you funding for it, it's my IP. You are simply implementing on ground and then you give me a report. Thank you very much. 80% of projects stuck in pilot purgatory. Solutions that miss local context because they were designed thousands of miles away from the problems they were meant to solve. You need to understand that Africa has too much potential when it comes to the tech ecosystem. And it's more than just receiving funding and money. We have the power, the leverage, which I'm going to talk about today, to be co-creators and to be active participants in this AI conversation in 2025. And I'm going to open your eyes to that. Because when I moved out of the country and came back here, I saw the vast opportunities. I saw that Africa is the next big thing when it comes to this conversation. Look at that pipeline. So the inputs come in, knowledge, capital, financial capital comes in, right? And then we have a lot of workshops in this space, a lot of conferences in this space, and it says there, right? And then you pilot a project. But the people who are the African people, or all of us who are part of the ecosystem, you do an audit report over 5 years. Okay, but this person received this funding. Where did it go? Where is the startup? How is it growing? How, you assess the progress of this company over the next 10, 30, 40 years, but you don't see particular results. And so I wrote some notes here that we have been optimizing for activity rather than impact, for outputs rather than outcomes, for reports rather than resilience. And so you see the pipeline there is leaking because the IP is not yours. The pilot ends in the middle there because obviously if the concept and ideas come from outside, then it lacks the ground contextual fabric to sustain it in an African context. You get the point there? Yes? We're together. As we can see that pipeline. Let's go. So now, we need to think ecosystem. How do we position Africa? How do I position myself from here in Kampala, Uganda, to be a global participant in the innovation ecosystem? Number one, I said we need to think ecological. You need to think ecosystem. So the linear model that has been here, okay, it's input, process, output. Bilateral channels here, as you can see here.
there are fixed outcomes, and there's a centralized control. That's all over Africa. That's how it happens. All of Africa, all the funding that comes through. But if Africa is to stand out, as you can see here, we need to have a network co-creation model, and I'm going to explain that very well, where that Africa is rising to the space and saying, okay, these are my strong points. You bring your strong points, and let's have shared value, and let's have shared IP, and let's have shared capital, and let's have a shared joint venture program together, so that you are not left out, because the playing ground has been leveled, and I'm going to prove that to you as well in the next few minutes. And so here, the network co-creation model here that I'm proposing to us here is cultivating an ecosystem. Ideation together, collaboration together, right? Adaptation and value. These are all ecosystem nodes. And distributed intelligence and emerging creation. Innovation cannot be planned, it emerges from the right conditions. Our job is to architect conditions for innovation to build itself. I'm building something, and so I'm requesting you to follow me. Like, it's a tough conversation, but we shall get there, right? I talked about this recently, as I was saying, that the conversation of AI now has leveled the playing ground again. Let me say it again today, especially with the place of agentic AI. Because now I can literally have enough leverage because of the global distribution, because of internet connectivity and the power of artificial intelligence, to present myself out there regardless of where I am. You've heard of, we're in a global village, and we are, it doesn't matter where you are right now. Whether you are in Kotido, but as long as there's internet, obviously, or you're in Kampala, you have the same leverage as someone in China, as someone in Guangzhou, whatever the country is. So, if you are building cross collaboration, the biggest advantage we have is AI, right? And the AI right now is the enabler. And you can see here that the traditional AI, like I said, traditional AI that we all know, the ChatGPTs and Geminis, analyzes data. It follows rules and simple tasks and single tasks, like our colleagues here have shared beautifully on AI, so I'm not going to go deep into that. Agentic AI, in the other sense, it goes beyond simply giving you tasks. Agentic AI is autonomous. Maybe a little deep dive what agentic AI is, for example, when you talk to ChatGPT, it will give you an answer. You talk to it, it gives you an answer. Agentic AI goes beyond that you can automate it to execute to autonomously do what you intended when you asked it. For example, go online, do a market analysis about how people view my company, and then send me a report every day at 2 p.m. But send that report in Excel. And it will do that every day at 2 p.m. So you don't talk to it again. You programmed it once. Or let's say, go online, do a market analysis, send me a report on Monday concerning maybe this part of analysis, send me a report on Tuesday, this part of analysis. Then on Wednesday, book an online meeting between these three people so that we discuss it. So Monday to send a report, Tuesday, then on Thursday, on Wednesday at 2 p.m., it will book a Teams meeting between you and the other person that you want. And to do that religiously without you talking about it. That is going to lead to the rise of solopreneurship. Solopreneurship is different from entrepreneurship. Solopreneurship is now, because agents can do that, I can actually, where we are going, people are going to be able to own the next solo billionaire companies that I simply have a laptop, internet connectivity, and an army of AI agents. I don't need departments. I don't need HR. I have an HR agent. I don't need marketing. I have a marketing agent. It can do everything for me. Solopreneurship. That's where the world is going into. And so because you can build agents that can do everything, I can post on social media, then comes and designs a flyer for you. So you simply approve. That's where we're going. So now, that means that the world has changed. It's changing and it's changing very rapidly. So if we're talking about cross-collaboration here and investment and innovation, cross-collaboration with a global community, AI, agentic AI, has now given us the playing ground, because now it's going to become easier for you to compete at a global level. At OTIC, we have an HR legal agent. We have a legal AI agent, agentic AI that does everything. We built it already as OTIC. And actually, we teach people in OTIC to build these AI agents in minutes. It's part of our courses. So when you understand that AI has given you, agentic AI specifically has given you the leverage, 67% reduces coordination costs because you are you. It gives you leverage, increases output and quality, and faster innovation identification. So if you move on to the next one here, I talk about something that is very interesting, the ecosystem, right? The ecosystem here. Now, when you are competing globally, you must think in ecosystems. We cannot build products as simply tools. If we want to build the innovation framework of our country, if you want to build the innovation framework of our alumni, then we must think ecosystems. And that's why I came up with that engine. Oh, by the way, this is very interesting. Now follow me. I'll come back up. We're going to go deeper. So I came up with that as a new architecture for integrated subsystems. Number one, I talked about contextual intelligence, which I'm going to explain to you, adaptive learning subscript, which I'm going to explain to you, the co-creation engine, and value circulation. All of these things work together. Let me read for you some notes I wrote here. It starts with that contextual intelligence, right? The sensory layer that truly understands the Ugandan market. This feeds directly into the co-creation engine where structured pods of Ugandan and European talent build ventures together. Now I think it's starting to make sense. That then generates value, which is then circulated and multiplied by our value circulation engine. And everything is learned from and improved by the adaptive learning substrate. Critically, these aren't sequential steps, they are interdependent systems. Each gear turns the other. Success in co-creation, right? Because you're working together with a global community, fuels more investment, which enables better sensing to understand the market, which then leads to smarter innovation. This is a designed reinforcing loop, the engine of perpetual innovation. So now I'm not just receiving funding and then I do a pilot project and then I send a report. I'm looking at sustainability. I'm looking at building an ecosystem so that we shall have innovations coming from this country forever. So what I'm trying to do is that I'm trying to cut the silos of innovation so that our people are constantly connected on a global grid. You can only connect Africa on a global grid in terms of innovation through a deliberate creation of an ecosystem or a systems thinking thought process. And I'm going to explain it here. Are we together, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, let's go. So you can see that it's like an engine. It's like a gearbox engine. Everything is interconnected. Gears of perpetual innovation. I'm going to explain it to you. Don't worry. We are coming there. The good thing, we had a good background on AI. So now this is the hard meat, the points that we're going to chew. Right? We go? Let's go. Now, let's begin with contextual intelligence. Look at it this way. Don't worry, I'm going to bring it back home. It's good we have some meat. Now, I think this is very interesting to look at, right? For decades, we have treated context as a problem to be solved, right? Every time we're pitching, oh, Africa, the last mile. The last mile communities need help us. So everybody that goes outside the continent to go outside the country is positioning Africa as a continent that needs perpetual help. We need help. But that is our strategic advantage. Why? Because that is the contextual power we have to build innovations, contextual and unique in this eon and dispensation. Right? So Uganda's unique challenges, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see here, provide the research and development assets training data. So the old paradigm is you come up with your problem, present it like it's a need, present it that everybody should feel sorry for you. We present, oh, there's a need. The new paradigm is I'm using this unique context as value proposition, as an asset. Right? So Uganda's unique challenges, its informal economies, its mobile fast leapfrogging, its complex social networks are not constraints anymore in this understanding. They are the most valuable R&D assets. They are the training data for world-class AI. So this ecosystem, ladies and gentlemen, transforms local knowledge into strategic advantage. Through distributed sensing networks and intelligent analysis, we turn understanding of agricultural patterns, market dynamics, and cultural codes into form of valuable intellectual property. What I'm trying to say, that this is about recognizing that the woman selling produce in Kampala's markets understands more real-world economics than any textbook. If you are going to build the next AI or the next product, the lady in Uganda, you, the Ugandan who understands the microeconomics of our country, you are more, that is not a constraint anymore. It's an asset to build a unique contextual innovation product. It should not see, we should not look at it as a disadvantage. Right? The farmer managing his crops with a basic mobile phone holds insights that Silicon Valley would pay millions to access. I think a shift in mindset now. And because now we are saying, okay, the unique topography of Uganda, right? The mobile money, the unique aspects in our economy are now giving us strategic leverage and power to create unique, breathtaking, groundbreaking products that the world has never seen. So now I'm positioning the first engine, the first gear here is contextual intelligence. I now know, so the thought process of our people now are changing from looking at ourselves from a disadvantaged view to a place now we can sit on the same table and say, I have IP, I have something that the world needs, I have something, I have data, I have contextual relevance from Africa that you need. You need me, I also need you. I get what I'm saying here. That leads me to the co-creation in it. So because I have the contextual relevance, and form of valuable intellectual property, now we can co-create. We can now work together. So what I'm saying, sir, the Ugandan expert domain expertise can co-create, for example, with a German AI architect who's built systems for Fortune 500 companies. A joint business lead who understands both markets. They come together, you are Ugandan, they come together not simply for a workshop, but for a 6-week build cycle. By the time they come together, at the end of the day, they're going to come up with a product with shared IP, intellectual property. So they're not just talking, they are coding, designing and building. And on day one, they sign a joint venture term sheet. So the Ugandan partner contributes domain expertise, as you can see there, and contextual intelligence as their equity. The European partner contributes technical architecture and scaling pathways as theirs. By the time we are done, it's a new co-owned company with shared IP from inception. This is what transforms dialogue into ownership, mentorship into partnership, knowledge transfer into value co-creation. So whenever I'm engaging with the international community, that is my thought process. We are both valuable in this conversation of AI. Are you seeing what I'm saying here? Because they want to innovate, they want to grow, they want to expand their businesses. But we have the contextual IP that you don't have. Africa is the new gold. Yeah. Now, that's the second engine. New company, shared IP, joint venture timesheet is there. As you can see there, dialogue to ownership. We move to the next engine here, and I'm going to circle it out. Remember this? Remember this? Yeah. So now let's go to the next one. So we have finished concentrated intelligence. We have seen co-creation engine. Now we are going to value saturation. Now, because we have defined the contextual intelligence, we have defined the co-creation, so we're working together. Let's go to the financial flywheel, because it's important to have money. How does that look like in the value circulation, right? So we just need capital. Obviously, we need money, right? But traditional grant funding creates what I called it there. I called it the dependency loop. So we have architected a financial flywheel. This is what I've created. I'll share these slides. Okay. This is a multi-layered capital stack. Patient, decentralized finance capital to be de-risk early, to de-risk early innovation, right? So venture capital for explosive growth and local bank capital for market integration. I don't know if you've got what I'm talking about there. Let me explain it to you very well. Because we have had co-creation, we have had, the joint venture, the joint co-creation capital. This one has brought his IP, contextual data. You have brought your global experience. We are coming together. So now how do we get the money? How do we get the money? We get the money here through what I called, not simply from a dependency loop, but from an architected financial will. That's why I said a multi-layered capital stack. Patient decentralized finance capital to de-risk and innovation. Venture capital for explosive growth, and local banks here, right, for market integration. And when you look at this flywheel, for example, you look at it, for example. So I'm saying here that the patient decentralized capital comes into risk and innovation. Local banks come into for market integration, right? And so it's a shared. So we're having capital coming through, but also the banks are providing something, because banks cannot provide capital when there's no de-risk, when there's no one to de-risk it. De-risking, I'm trying to say, a bank is saying someone should be there to say, if they don't pay, I will pay, right? So it's a shared thing. Are we together, ladies and gentlemen? So 20% there, like I said, if you look at the 20%, 20% of all successful exits, early liquidity event, every acquisition, every IPO flows directly into the fund. This creates what systems theories call reinforcing a feedback loop. Success doesn't just benefit the founders, it fuels the next generation of innovation. It makes the entire ecosystem anti-fragile, meaning it gets stronger with every shock, every challenge, every success. So everything from the monetary perspective is a shared commitment, right? Let's move to the last one. This was a bit technical. But we must think of adaptive learning, because technology is changing and the markets keep on evolving. That's why when you look at there, I talk of the adaptive learning substrate, evolving ecosystem intelligence here, right? This is the ecosystem's institutional memory. I'm going to explain. I'm just writing for some of you who are writing. And collective intelligence. Through real-time feedback loops, it observes what works, analyzes patterns, and automatically updates our protocols and processes. It measures everything from innovation velocity to network resilience. Right? It tracks whether connections are greater and denser. So what I'm trying to say here is that much as we are having the co-creation, we are having the financial flywheel, the de-risker and the local banks giving in capital and the de-risker to de-risk that information and all that, we need to know that this is an adaptive learning ecosystem. That's why I said that from a systems thinking approach, you need to know that how do we keep this thing flowing? How do we keep it flowing? But we cannot keep it flowing if we don't analyze patterns and observe how everything is moving. Right? So let's go to a use case here. Let me give you a use case, for example. And I want to give you an example of a Uganda fruit exporter. From lost value creation. Now, a Ugandan fruit exporter loses about 5 million annually. Let's say, for example, because they can't get timely advances to their 2,000 smallholder farmers, right? The old model. So he's exporting fruits maybe globally, and he's losing a lot of money because he cannot advance this money to the people he's getting these fruits from the Ugandan perspective, right? In the old model, he'll probably have to get a grant for a mobile payment system, a point solution that addresses the symptom but not the risk, not the system. The symptom but not the system. So probably you'll have to get a grant, or maybe he will have to find other ways because he's losing capital, he's losing cash. Right? He's exporting things outside the country, he's exporting fruits, but he cannot advance the farmers early, so he's losing money. So in the old model, he will have to get a grant for mobile money. Right? He's treating the symptom, but not the system. In our new ecosystem, remember we talked about co-creation. Right? A co-creation pod is building an autonomous finance agent. Now, these agents are very easy to build because we teach people to build them. A co-creation pod, right, between you here in Africa and the global community is building an autonomous finance agent. It fuses mobile money transactions data, satellite imagery of health, of farm health, and real-time commodity prices to create a dynamic credit score. It automatically triggers disbursements before planting seasons, and manages repayments as harvests are sold. Did you see that coming? Like I said, agentic AI is autonomous. So they come together and say, like, let me repeat again. The autonomous financing, it fuses mobile money transactions data, satellite imagery of farm health, and real-time commodity prices to create dynamic credit scores. It automatically triggers disbursements before planting seasons and manages repayments as harvests are sold. The outcome of this is a new fintech venture jointly owned that transforms a 5 million annual loss into a 15 million value creation engine. This isn't incremental improvements, it's systematic transformations. What I'm trying to say here, that as you can see there, the old model was, okay, now I'm losing money, let me look for funding to maybe build a mobile payment system. I don't know what I'm going to do. But because we're now talking of ecosystem, the farmer understands these challenges. The people he's exporting his foods to also have a global perspective. They come together and say, how can we work together to solve this issue? So from the African perspective, I'm not simply pushing for more funding. I'm not simply pushing for knowledge exchange. I'm pushing for an ecosystem, because that's the only way it will be sustainable over years and years and years. Sustainability, rather than simply giving me funding and a pilot project which will stay in the middle. So it means that our people must think radically, change the thought process here. So if you begin thinking ecosystems and look at the problems in Africa, but instead of simply what's the next fund, can we engage co-creation pods here? Can we advance a systems thinking approach? Right? You will now create products as opposed to simply looking for funding. So you see, from the old model here, from our ecosystem point of view, we are now more than just looking for funding. We have a new venture outcome. It was a deliberate mindset. It was a deliberate thought process for us to engage a co-creation pod thought process. And so here, we're not just changing and having a siloed thought process. Okay, you got funding. Okay, yeah. But you're going to have the same thing next year. We are now pushing for products from this collaboration we have with the global community. Are you seeing that, ladies and gentlemen? I hope I've explained that very well. So as I finish here, is that if we are measuring the impacts here, for example, so we are moving from simply having conferences, workshops, training people on what AI is from a global perspective, to now aggressively pushing for co-creation. As Africa, we have the contextual intelligence. You have the global exposure. So when we come together today, whether it is online or globally, let's build products that are changing our world, our country. So we track connectivity health. Is our network becoming denser and more resilient? Is capital circulating or being reinvested? How fast are we learning? You see, so now when you begin to think that way, like what I'm trying to tell you here, that we're not measuring our results with how many things we have done, how many cross exchanges we have done, how many reports we have done. We are now tracking connectivity. Is our network denser? Have you connected as many innovators in Uganda and connected them with as many global experts? Have you tried to bring them together? How deep is your connectivity? As an alumni institute, how deep is your co-creation pod connectivity? How many Ugandans have been connected to global innovators, exposers? How many have been brought together to think and ideate and create shared IP for both you, the Ugandan, and them? So we are moving from simply knowledge transfer to empowering our people to be partakers of this cake called AI and make money for themselves. So our measurements are not now in how many events we have done. Our measurements are in connectivity. Our measurements are in value flow. Is capital circulating? Is it being reinvested? Our measurements are in resilience. Can our connection, can our ecosystem withstand shocks and evolving trends? How fast are we learning? How fast are we learning the patterns and the principles? So building a healthy living system, not just a one-time project. Why? Because agentic AI has now given us the power and the leverage. So this is not something that is very interesting. It's not something of tracks. That's why I created a hypothetical roadmap to systemic transformation, right? Building the autonomous finance ecosystem, a 4-year journey. And so the first one I said, first one, let's say for 9 months, and if you begin this probably next year, we say we map the existing ecosystem, establish core protocols, deploy the agentic AI infrastructure, and cultivate our fast reinforcing loops. Number one, which people do we have here? Which innovators do we have in our community? And which people do we have there side? Can we first map out the ecosystem? Who do we have and who do we have there? First of all, we need to know the different ecosystem players and partners. Like I said, at the end of the day, we need to have products. One of our colleagues here shared something very powerful. But when it comes to AI, we talk a lot, but we don't deliver results. Now we want to deliver results from that contextual background. Phase 2, right? We scale across domains, strengthen emerging collaboration patterns, and demonstrate clear value capture for all participants. What am I trying to say here is that since now we have the people and we have mapped out the people and the global communities out there, let me tell you, there's a lot of investment. Actually, when I went to the US, I realized that there is too much investment trying to come into the country, but the people in the global community don't have the people. They feel there's a gap between the investment coming from here and here. There's sort of like a gap. You see someone really wants to come and enter the African market, but they don't know where to start from. That's my experience when I went out of the country. Phase 3, autonomous coordination generates sustainable value circulation without external intervention, becomes the global reference model for cross-continental innovation. So I talked about cross-continental innovation. We need strategic governance. That means the thought process on how we pivot this conversation. If Africa is to compete globally, this is the thought process we should have. I'm telling you, we cannot afford to operate in silos. We can't. It doesn't work. Technical architecture, domain expertise. Who do we have in the country? Can we bring them together? Can we get all of them here together and maybe get the other people there, whether it's online or physical one here, and come up with something? But the end line is a shared product. Your contextual intelligence and your relevance as your strategic asset for research and development and their global exposure. Of course, the investment acumen is there. That means that the ecosystem has to have the financial power. The local banks to give them the capital, but also a de-risker. Which organizations can we have to de-risk? Okay? And I thought the working steps there said probably in March, working groups form, problem sourcing sprints, right? You see that thought process? Problem sourcing sprints. What do we have? Who do we have in our community? Can we come together? Can we actually build something together? Right? Financial flywheel designs. How are we going to keep capital coming through from the local banks? Where do they earn from? The de-risker, how do they earn from? How do they all plug in? Because I want something that is more sustainable for our end. And lastly, the opportunity from passenger to designer. Interconnectedness and ecosystem. So the old path was an incremental improvement, broken system, finding there, knowledge sharing session there. Then you assess there are too many fundings, there are too many knowledge sharing sessions, but then you do an audit report at the end of the year and there's nothing, there's no product. Because we're not thinking ecosystem. We are thinking from a siloed approach. Everybody is doing their own small product, their own small mobile application, their own small app. Right? The new path is building the same house. Systematic transformation. So ladies and gentlemen, like I said, Uganda's strategic advantage is big economic transformation. Over 5,000 plus high-skilled AI roles by 2028. Right? Own scalable AI ventures. Our people will be now able, even the lady in downtown Chikobu will have the power to say, I have a joint venture with someone in Guangzhou, China. Why? Because the leaders think this way. You see that thought process? You see? National positioning, laboratory for emerging marketing. Why? Because we have the contextual relevance. We have the IP that the world needs to develop the next cutting edge technology. We even have the data. Key benefit, value creation, global intellectual property. So you position Africa as a global intellectual property hub. Why? Because the next emerging ideas, the next emerging innovations are here. So we're not exporting our problems. Okay, we're not exporting Uganda's, Africa's unique experience as problems to be funded, but we're exporting them as potential IP to create a joint venture. That's the mindset. So I mean, every program that we create here that involves the global community must come with that thought process. That I'm in Uganda, and because I'm in Uganda, I have something you need. Uganda is unique. Uganda is big. It has diverse languages, meaning we can explore a lot into language models. Uganda has a unique economic topography. That is all data. That is all data that is needed and necessary to create the next groundbreaking AI product. As opposed to exporting Uganda as simply projects for funding. So I'm creating an ecosystem. That is how, ladies and gentlemen, coming back to my topic, we are going to transform from knowledge exchange to co-creation and empowering our people and create jobs on a global landscape. Thank you so much. I'm sure there are a million questions on this one. But I'm happy to answer. I know even me came here, I was hard. Now this topic is, but we don't have to, the Africa has to stand. We have to have these conversations now where we are going. I don't know, there should be some questions that I'm privileged to answer as well. Yes. Let's tackle the hard questions. All right. Sustainability is the question. Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes, please.
I am fired up, yeah?
You're fired up. Oh,
yeah,
thank you.
I think I think other people in the room are too.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Very great insights. As a creative sitting here as you were speaking, my brain was already in overdrive now, thinking what next,
Thank you.
envisioning the future.
Yep.
I think this is the first talk that I've had that focuses on architecting ecosystems, like building solutions and all that. So that is very good. But then I'm wondering, how do you bring together like-minded people in a space for ideation, yeah, to develop those ideas, polish them, refine them, and then move in a direction. You talked about solo entrepreneurship that is likely to be the future. But for some of these solutions, we need to work together. For example, the example you provided there around the agriculture and all that, yeah? Looking at our settings, how would you advise that? How do we find in these spaces like-minded people to say, now, this is what we are focusing on. Let us develop this idea, polish it, refine it, let's sell it, let's find the partners, let's link them together.
Yeah.
What would be your advice on that?
That's a very amazing question. And that's why, of course, I want to thank the Swedish Institute and the Swedish Alumni Network of Uganda. These associations are powerful. These fellowships are powerful. And they have the capacity to actually do this and actually implement it. Number one, it begins with associations like these ones that are organizing such events. And because when you bring together like-minded people, it's easier to do so through the Swedish the Alumni Association of Uganda. So I want to thank God and thank you as well for this very good initiative. Now, like I said, now that we have the associations, let's move forward. Let's deliberate. Number one, pivot our mindset in every event that we're going to have come 2026. Our return on investment should be in how many businesses and products that we launch into the market. That's the real value. That's the real value. That strategic end in sight and the audit should be how many businesses, how many jobs, how many joint ventures were created through this organization at the end of the year. That's how we're going to solve our challenges here. Uganda has one of the highest unemployment rates in the world, one of the highest. I think it's 85.5%, 85%. So how do you create like-minded people here? Again, like I said, through the associations that we have. But number two, design the strategic end in sight, because people want to be part of a vision, right? Those of you who read the Bible says, without vision, men cast restraint. If there's no vision, if there's no end sight, right? People want to be part of something that is tangible, right? So if you have the governance structure and you have the vision, let's begin with who we have. Let's rally all our people, all our alumni, create the first co-creation pod, for example. Let's make it exciting. Already, the association has connections to the global community that are already working with us. Let's bring them together. Let's have a first, like I talked about here. If you looked at the first slide I put here, I talked about Kampala problem sourcing sprints, right? Organize such events, problem sourcing sprints or co-creation pods. The first co-creation pod between the Ugandan people and the global community. We come together and see what can we solve here. What do you do? And number three also, let's profile our people. Can we know everybody in the community and what they do? Build a platform. I want to know I want to know the alumni in my community, what they do, right? So that I can search somewhere, I can, bring out a database or the people that have gone through this fellowship and what they do. It's easier. Data is important. So it begins with the governance structure. First of all, it begins with the strategic vision and end in sight. Then the governance structure, which we already have here. And then let's get to work. Let's profile our people. Who do we have in Uganda? Let's begin with the community among us here, right? Who do we have? What do they do? Can we come together and connect us here with the global community there and begin the first sprint? Like I said, the strategic end in sight is very important. That's how it begins. So the workshop become tangible because they are defined with a particular strategic end in sight. So the structure is very important, the vision and the people. That's how we begin. We don't need any other policy, or we can begin right now. Because let me tell you, for example, right, we are teaching people how to build agentic AI systems from scratch. You don't need an AI degree, you don't need Python programming, you don't need anything. You can build a marketing AI agent right now, in minutes. You can build a mobile application right now, in minutes. We are teaching people how to build mobile applications, websites, systems, in minutes. In fact, if we had time, by the time everybody gets out, they will have their personal website in their names. It's that simple now. So with that power and that contextual intelligence and the global community, there's a lot we can do together here. You don't need a background in computer science to now develop digital products right now. It's simple. You don't need to. We had some courses that we used to do courses, right? But the courses we had as OTIC, we had to reinvent ourselves. We're simply giving people certificates. We said, no, we cannot do digital courses anymore, simply giving certificates. We empower you to create a business. So what maybe we lack would be exposure. That is how the co-creation pod and the strength of the alumni community comes in to now begin to create tangible businesses out of this. If I'm a farmer, I can now use AI to build an agentic AI system with the contextual relevance of the farming knowledge that I have, and then the global community person who have brought together will give me that advantage exposure and these global connections. And then we have shared IP, shared joint venture capital. Oh yeah. Thank you. You're most welcome. Any question?
Any other questions? Anything else? No one? Okay.
Any other question?
No? Okay. I'll take it as
Looks like there's. You're
one
asking a
more?
question? Okay.
No? No one even wants to ask him where he can be found to build an agent.
Okay.
And thank you for demystifying something that I think was going on in my head, and maybe for some of us in this room,
Yeah.
that we needed to first learn Python and everything and all that. Then I was
Yes.
thinking, okay, besides all the degrees I have now I have to start learning these other machine languages. But when you say that we can develop products without needing to go back to school in such a way that it's going to be long, that is very encouraging. And I think I'm one of the people that would want to develop something real soon. But as Otik, do you have spaces or hubs where you meet people or would-be entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs, where you have spaces for developing solutions? I know you've mentioned that this is a very good platform as a Swedish Institute alumni, but do you already have some of those spaces? Or
Yes. Thank you so much for that. Let me first answer the first question. You absolutely don't need any coding background to develop a digital product right now. Maybe let me ask, what's your background probably? What's your field?
economics and public health, and I'm a doctorate student.
Okay. So you said you're also in the creation space. What are you doing in the creation space?
In the creativity, it
creative
is,
space.
writing, and then a business as well.
Okay, let's do a sprint here. What would you want to develop?
I would
Just
like,
throw it out there.
yeah.
Yeah.
What comes to mind right now are products that helps me link. I'm into exports now, exporting agricultural products to
Right.
the outside world.
Right.
So thinking of a solution that would ease linking, first of all, the buyers or the clients, the other side,
Okay.
to me here, but also between me and the farmers, the smallholder farmers, linking them to me, and then how can I be better placed to support them so that I get good products from them for me to supply.
So you want to
my
create a
clients.
platform between the farmers in Uganda
Yeah,
and the global community. So for them to export, to export or to find market,
market.
to find market.
Yes.
So you want to create that platform.
Yes.
Can I tell you that today we can create that system? And you can create it yourself. Yes.
Amazing.
Because if it comes to creation of digital products, that's no brainer. You see, right now, the tools are not the issue. It's our scope of imagination. Not the tools. The tools are not the issue. It's our scope of imagination. Because I can build an agentic AI system that does that. I can build a mobile application software that does that. If I sat with you for 5-6 minutes, I've moved with some of the OTIC members here, and we had a laptop and internet, we'll live here with a minimum viable product. And then probably what could take us a little bit more further would be probably refining the business concepts and maybe the strategic ecosystem actors that you need. But if it comes to product development, the system itself, that can be done today. So that's not the barrier anymore. It's as simple as that. My foundational degree was actually community psychology. 3 years in Makerere University. I had no background in this. I simply awakened to the truth that the world has changed, and I immersed myself in this understanding. Right? So I didn't have a background in computer science. But now, by the grace of God, we have built an organization that is touching lives on the continent in AI, in a space that maybe people once thought was for only people who did Python programming. So do you see that this is easy? But probably maybe it's, but that's why I thank the Swedish Institute, because now this, in a way, is already an ecosystem. You have brought us together. So now let's get another building block on it. So now we are together. Yes, now we are sharing. Okay, now let's get another partner in. Let's get another partner in and make sure that by midterm, by the first quarter of the year, your project is in production. That should be the success story of such conferences, workshops. That everybody here that has an idea, at least let's have a minimal viable product in the way. We bring the technical expertise, the Nestors of this world, the OTIC groups of this world, the business development experts, the global community through the institute, and the different ecosystem partners, and we have a product for you and you're making money.
The future is bright.
It is bright. It is bright. And so that's why, as OTIC, we do have, we sit, our offices, our Ugandan offices are here in Nakawa at the National ICT Innovation Hub. We are fully endorsed by the government of Uganda as a national AI skilling implementing indicator. So that's why we have our offices there. In 2 weeks, our courses in 2 weeks at only 500,000 only, not shillings, 500,000 shillings only. And we made it that low because, again, because the time is going to come, because by mid next year, that course won't be there anymore. We will remove it because the world, I told you, computing power is now 3 years in advance. After a 3 months dispensation leap, the trajectory conversation of AI is changing. In 2 weeks, you're able to learn how to build an app, learn how to build a website, learn how to build an agentic AI system in 2 weeks. And then we simply now begin to explore the business side of things. But you will have a product. At least you will have your app in your phone. So that barrier is out of the way. But now what I'm saying here is that now me, I'm alone. It's an isolated act. I'm an isolated actor. It's not enough to simply have innovators and innovation companies and AI skilling organizations in Uganda. We need to bring the different ecosystem partners together to think ecosystem at a global level. That's my burden and responsibility as to why I came up with this conversation. Because if you come to OTIC and you know how to build the applications, but then you need another ecosystem partner to connect you globally. You see that? So the people in the strategic governance thought process, the people who make this should think ecosystem from the word go. It's not enough to simply skill people in AI. It's not enough to simply have AI innovators. It's not enough to simply have workshops and conferences. We need to think ecosystem. Let's get all of them in one room, and we don't get out of that room until we have products. At the end of the year, we do a forensic audit report of all the workshops and conferences we have had, and we say from all the workshops and conferences we've had, we have had 6 scaling businesses that are bringing in billions and billions and billions of dollars, and these are the faces of impact. That's results. That's Africa now. That's the heart and mind by which I approach this topic. That's why I was a bit scared on speaking, because it's a hard text. But we have to chew the hard meat. Yes.
I think as a research, the work that I do right now is a research. As a research scientist, I think I understand you. And your concept of problem sourcing sprints, that concept, it's very powerful.
Yes.
Because every time we do research, when we go out to the communities to document the lived experiences of our people, or to provide them support in some way, there are so many problems out there. And all those problems, from what you have said, I'm seeing the light bulbs on each of them, that when we flip them, they can be powerful solutions that we can develop to serve our people in the communities.
Right.
And I think I would love to be part of the problem sourcing sprints.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's why I thank the Swedish Institute and the Swedish Alumni Network for organizing this event, because this is a beginning step of such conversations. OTI can't be alone only doing AI skilling. It's not enough, because you can develop the product and it ends there. So can we bring the OTICs of this world, bring the financiers, create creation pods, problems, bring them in one room and have a strategic direction. That's how Africa is going to compete globally. Africa will not compete globally from isolated systems. It will never work. You will have a few one-hit wonders that will disappear in the next 4 years. You'll never hear from them. And it will not be sustainable. We will always be looking for funding. So can we create an engine that guarantees capital, innovation, and product development for years? There's a question here. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And that was really powerful. I'm shaken. And this is not the very first time I'm sitting in such a room. I sat in such a room in Rwanda recently, early this year. Everyone talking about technology and AI is very passionate. And Africa, we have all this and we should be doing this. I mean, if you're listening to this, you're always shaken. And from your talk, we have the resources here and there. So this is an opportunity. We have this expertise. I mean, all this, But as the speaker in the morning mentioned, we are doing the talking.
Exactly.
But then we're not seeing the product, perhaps, not yet. So my question would be, what, and I know that everything is in there, as I have said.
Yeah.
What is that missing piece of the puzzle to bring that spark for these things to happen, as much as we see there is potential for them to happen? I need the answer to come from you. Is it the government involvement? Is it, I don't know. What do you think is that missing?
That question is a very interesting question. I also asked myself that question. But there are two many sides to that question. But me, I've observed a few things that, like I told my sister there, that we have intelligent people in this country that are developing products. They do develop products. But how many of them scale past this African region and touch the continent and touch the world? So it goes beyond, like I said, building the product. There are many things that come here: scalability, sustainability, right? People build products. I mean, if you go to innovation hubs, man, people build things, but they end in their laptops. Sharp, intelligent people, but they just sit there year after year, and the person even just gets, frustrated, right? I feel that frustration too. And my thought process again lies in systems thinking. That can we approach innovation not from a tools perspective, build an app to solve a problem? No. Build an ecosystem such that the people developing the tools are connected. They are parts, they are actors of the bigger picture, because that creates sustainability. It's important for us to think innovation in this country as an ecosystem. Because if he builds a mobile application and is not connected to a breathing, living ecosystem, he's going to build that application, but he won't be connected to the actor that can help him scale. He doesn't know how to scale. He's a good technical mind. He's a good developer, but he needs the power of scalability. He needs the community that will help him expose his mind to know that, you see, you can get this app from your laptop to touch India, to touch South Korea, to touch Indonesia, to touch San Francisco. Are you seeing that? Right? So he's good at developing, but he's not part of a community. So sometimes our approach is more from an isolated app. It's an isolated, let's fund the tools, let's fund the apps, not let's fund the building of an ecosystem. That's a problem. Let's make sure that let's do everything, pay the price to bring all the actors in one building, in one platform, whatever it is. If we don't think ecosystem, we will never move innovation in this country. It will never happen. I can assure you. And that is why these countries have gone ahead and built. Look at the foundations of Silicon Valley. Look at how it looks like. I won't even go there because I've taken time to study innovation patterns and progress, the law of acceleration, the law of progress, the law of relevance. I've seen the laws of progress and I've seen how nations have moved. One critical point is they think systems. They think dynamic models. That's how they think. From the word go. He doesn't just build Amazon, he builds a system. He doesn't just build Microsoft, he builds the world. He doesn't just build Facebook, he builds metaverse. Governments don't just fund tools, they put billions of endowment funds to fund ecosystems, not simply tools. I don't know if I'm getting, I don't know if you're getting what I'm talking about. Because you will not sustain innovation. You cannot sustain. Like I told you, the pipe is there, it will always leak. So you will have the workshops, you will have the conferences, money comes through, but IP will go out because it's not your product. Number one. Number two, you see, the pilots, intellectual property flows, local innovation is not, it's not owned, context misaligned, contextual blindness, and Ugandan outputs are there. Temporary capacity, pilot bigotry, reports, pamphlets. So billions of dollars are being invested in tools rather than building the ecosystem. There's a price, but the price has to be paid for us to scale innovation sustainably. So I don't think that tools are not there. People are sharp, and AI is giving us everything that we can do. But we need to have a conversation around building ecosystems. There's a question there. Yeah. For me, that's what I think from my thought process. Because guys are sharp. But someone has to pay the price to build the platforms. We. Me. It begins with me. It begins with you. It begins with, already we have the platform already. We have the association. The alumni network is here. If you just get, hey, Nesta, where are you? Can you come over? I'll come. Because now me, I understand the thing. When I came back here, I realized, this is more than just transaction. This is a responsibility for this continent. Yeah.
It should be something bigger than just.
Exactly. Yeah.
It should be something maybe even at a national level. To different countries.
I agree. Yes. Yes, I agree.
Continent.
Yeah.
It needs to be something that.
But it can begin from somewhere. You see that? It begins with some. It begins with a recalibrated mind, an awakened mind to say, I think with all the resources that I have, let's begin something. It begins with something. At least now, if I'm here, then we're going to be, at least when we're planning for 2026, the strategic approach should be different at least. Honestly, it should be different. Right? Like I said, the governance structure, the strategic vision, the end in sight. What are our end in sights? What are our audit report at the end of the year? What should we see? And then the events follow. So if you are having a workshop, it has an end in sight. It has a product attachment to it. It has a business attachment to it in terms of these are the results. Do you see that? So that's what I was explaining in that context. So the innovations are there, but they are isolated. And that's the problem when it comes to our continent. Yes, please.
Yeah. So speaking about ecosystem, innovation, IPs, my question is that maybe one of the fears that innovators have is that if they go into an ecosystem, are they not going to be cheated out of the when it comes to the business part in terms of IP? For example, the generator of the idea, the person who is bringing the evidence in terms of context and all, and then the person who is bringing this other part of the IT that is going to support this, and then the money person as well comes in, and maybe governments sometimes are involved because we are talking about sustainability and the larger ecosystem. How do you ensure that all these parties are covered at the end of the day to say that they will have their name to this particular product that is being developed?
In this engine that I talked about, the new architecture I thought about, the four integrated subsystems, gears of perpetual innovation. I call it perpetual innovation because it's continuous here that we're trying to build here. When you look at the contextual intelligence, there's a lot when it comes to contextual intelligence. There's the security protocols, the IP protocols in there. So obviously, if you're building that, then you need to bring in the legal minds as well in that thought process. There's a lot to do in there when it comes to IP. IP is a very interesting subject even now in AI, in emerging technologies. So people are, of course, in there, there's some bit of sensitization of what IP is, what it can do for you, your rights as a progenitor of a concept, of an idea. So that is something you explore in that regard. But those guardrails are there. So you need the legal thought, the legal minds as actors as well. You need the legal thought process, the policies and procedures in place to protect the innovators in that space. So it's a lot to do with sensitization, the power of having intellectual property, the power of being a progenitor of an idea. So our innovators, people don't know. Like I said, again, they have the application, but they don't know that is intellectual property. They think it's just nice to have an application. It's not nice. It's not just enough. You need to be part of that ecosystem. So that conversation also comes through of IP. What is IP? What are your rights? What is a joint venture? What is co-shared IP? What are your limits? What are their limits? So in there are those discussions, and you can only have them in an ecosystem. You can only have them in a certain community in that regard.
I think in an ecosystem where trust is a component.
Trust, ethics. Yeah. So in there you are having a few sessions, breakout sessions where the innovators, because they're on this sprint journey, problem sprinting journey, in there you add in a component of intellectual property and the legal framework of things when doing a joint venture partnership. It takes a lot to scale a product on a continental level. It's not just developing an app. There's a lot in there. You see, there's a lot in there. And so our people need to know these things. It's not enough to simply build a mobile application. Scaling it to touch as far as Nigeria, Ghana, going to Brazil, crossing over to Australia, there's a lot of capacity building that is needed there. But the capacity building has an end inside. So you bring together the legal minds, bring them in the ecosystem, all right? Bring together the riskers and the financiers of capital, bring together the tech guys, bring together the innovators, then bring together the business development guys in there. So it's a fully fledged, and it doesn't need to be physical. It can be online. It can be online, online sprint and once in a while physical sessions as well in there. But someone has to simply pay the price to build a platform to connect the innovators, the projects that we have, the unique tapestry and topography of the Ugandan system, the Ugandan nature to the globe. Someone has to pay that price in there, because if we don't have these connecting gears of perpetual innovation, you'll find a person who has like 7 apps on their phone that have never seen the light of day, because it's more than just developing the app. It's more than just building an AI product. Now I'm talking of AI, not simply so the burden and responsibility I have today is I'm not speaking of AI from a personal perspective. I'm speaking of AI from a national, continental level. That is the heart and burden and responsibility I came to speak today concerning this conversation. Because my heart is that if we are awakened to these realities, then Africa and Uganda can compete in this AI space. The Ugandan AI readiness index is 35.5% according to the Oxford Insights. It is below the African average. It is an average, but it's below the African average. Why? Is it because people don't have access to LLMs? Is it because people don't have access to laptops and internet connectivity in Kampala? Why don't we build products that scale past the African region and touch the continent and touch the world? We must think ecosystems. We must think platforms. That's the thought process. Yes, please.
Thank you, Nesta, for the energy, the passion. I will still add my voice to Salma and Joan. I think the how in the ecosystem still is not coming out clearly. Yes, the gears are there and what have you. So maybe my question would be to frame it in another way.
Yes, please.
Gears need oil to move and
Absolutely.
what have you, so that they don't rust.
Absolutely.
What is that oil from your vintage position at national level that you think strategically what is missing? Just to re-echo what Salma was asking, the how is still not coming out clearly. We know that as a country we have the potential for innovation, for businesses, entrepreneurship, but you know that so many businesses, by their first year, they're actually down. So what do we learn in terms of AI and then helping these businesses to pick up the innovations? And then at national level, do you sort of have this overarching eye and say, there's this and this innovation that we actually see has the potential, but what is missing that we need to pick it up? Do we have sort of a repository of sorts, something like that? And then traditional and agentic AI, from your explanation, what I picked is agentic is sort of more predictive and what have you, but I thought also traditional has that aspect of being able to predict, just like any AI. And then lastly, you say that in terms of training, teaching, 3 months down the road, there's already something new. My understanding is that the basic principles should remain the same. So are you trying to tell us that the basic principles are different every 3 months, or we just need to learn a thing or two to add to the basic principles? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much for that question. I'll begin with the oil. You are right. Every engine needs oil. And that is true. Every engine needs oil. When you look at all those engines, contextual intelligence, co-creation, that's a very interesting question, and everybody can have a take to it. But my thought process would be vision and exposure. Because people do not know some of these things. You can have all the tech expertise, but there's a term called statecraft. Statecraft is the art of governing and building nations. For example, when you look at the industrial revolutions, the first, second, and third, fourth industrial revolutions, as the revolutions began to take shape, from the first where they had the steam engine, second we entered into steel. Those of you who know what industrial revolutions are, there were dispensations in time where particular technologies defined cash flow, defined workforce, defined how powerful a country was, even in terms of military. It defined which country was a superpower in that time, right? So when we're coming from steam to steel, from the first industrial revolution and second industrial revolution of steel, curricula had to change, 1, 2. The job market had changed. A country knew that in order to remain relevant, they had to invest billions and billions of dollars in research and endowment funds in universities to change firstly curriculums, but also release a workforce that understands steel. Because if you don't understand steel now that we have entered the second industrial revolutions, if it comes to global competitiveness, you will not build the aircraft carriers, you will not compete globally. So the nations which were awakened to the patterns and the principles of progress during that time are the ones that stayed still on top regardless of the changing tides of time. The ones who stayed behind did not have the strategic direction and probably stayed behind, did not pivot to be relevant. So third enters into, we have the digital communications revolution. And again, what launched the third industrial revolution? The Cold War. The race between the US and the USSR to take a person to the moon, launching 1950. Of course, Alan comes in around that time. 1966, I talked of Eliza. All that was a race for competing power. Transistors became smaller competing power because there was a competition. So the countries that stayed behind in the second industrial revolution could no longer compete globally. What am I trying to say is that the people in the decisions of power must be exposed to this. Without vision, men cast restraint. If people are not exposed to the underlying, the foundational principles of nation building, even in technology, you cannot drive a nation to technological power globally. It's not just about embracing AI. It is how do you get Uganda from here to there? How do you get Uganda to have a voice at a global level when it comes to artificial intelligence? It's more than just talking about ChatGPT. It goes deeper into understanding the fabrics, the foundations of nation building as in tandem with technology and the trends of the time. I don't know if you got what I'm talking about. Are our people exposed enough to know how to position Uganda globally? Do they understand these principles and patterns? That's very important. Because now we will begin everybody doing a small app, 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 conference here, workshop there, then this one, then there, then the small funding here for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Nations are advancing. Singapore is becoming first world. Nations are moving forward. We're having too many things, but we don't have strategic direction. Nation building, even when the art of statecraft, art of governing and building nations, even when it comes to technology, is another different conversation. Pivoting Uganda at a national level when it comes to technology is another different, there's a heavy price to that conversation, I'm telling you. It's deeper than many people think. So, I told you the scripture. For me, I read the word. Proverbs 29:18. Where there is no vision, the people perish, but he that keepeth the law, happy is he. Where there is no vision, people perish. If people do not know, they are not exposed. The people in places of power are not exposed to how to position the country globally, to compete globally in the nation, more than just having events, but going back to the foundations of nation building and to provision a whole country. 46.6 million Ugandans, 50% of them are below the age of 17. If they're not exposed at that level, AI simply becomes a tool rather than a strategic asset to build a nation. AI is simply a tool rather than a strategic asset to build an entire nation and a generation. Those are two different conversations. It is not simply incubation. It's not simply innovation. It's not simply a hackathon. This is national building, fabrics and foundation of national building. So vision is very important. It's deep. These things are deep, 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 deep. Deep, 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 deep. It's deep. Because Singapore, I think 20, 30 years ago, was it Singapore, which was a third world country? Was it Singapore? I don't know. Singapore, a few years ago, was it Singapore or that scaled so fast? Look at Dubai. Oh my God. They have a vision for AI by the year 2063 to be the world's biggest destination of AI globally. Look, they have a minister of AI. A country that was once a desert country. You read that book, what's this book called? For Sheikh Al Maktoum. It's called Flashes of Thought. Look and see, read Flashes of Thought by that. The efforts and pathos by which he approaches Dubai and building Dubai as a global leader. Man, you look at how he thinks. He says, for him, failure is not an option. In his vocabulary, he doesn't have the word failure. So the minds that are building the nation alone have a certain wiring. They are exposed a certain way. You see, read that book, Flashes of Thought. It will give you some bit of picture. So vision is important. Vision and exposure is very important. The people in the places of power and authority should be exposed a certain way to build it from to approach AI not simply as a tool, innovation, but as a strategic can have this conversation over and over. I don't know. It's a very interesting conversation.
for agents, for creatives, things like that.
Yeah.
So now, what is stopping us? You, Michael mentioned Cyber AI, also from hearing amazing things about it. Stopping you and all these other like-minded individuals coming together. Is there AI Association of Uganda, for example? I don't know if there is, but is it there? It's funny, I also already said, Roger was said, Africa is tired of handouts. Can we create solutions ourselves instead of sitting back, waiting, lamenting about how things are told and what is stopping us and what is the timeline for us, you visionaries, sitting down and say this is what we want to come together with these advertising associations. You've mentioned marketing AIs and all that, I mean marketing agents. Come together with all these guys and say, okay, now this year we're going to focus on a health agent. Let us do it. Next year we'll focus on advertising. Let's do it. And so on and so forth. That's a tough question.
That's a tough question. Of course, I would start with commending the government of Uganda. They are doing a great job in pushing a few of these concepts and supporting startups. I think, for example, the National Innovation Hub is doing an amazing job. And the startups are doing an amazing job. The government is doing something. Well, there's more to do, but the government of Uganda is doing something that I can say. The hubs across the country, the support that is being given to different innovation startups, support is being given. The government is actually doing something. The government is doing a great job. But in regard to your question, obviously there are a few things that are still in a work in progress. It's in a work in progress. The question you say, the question you asked, what is stopping me and what is stopping other people? That's a tough question in this regard. And I would say that we would, it takes, again, it goes back to vision. I think for me, one of the reasons that's why we started OTIC is the foundations of OTIC, we began training people for free. We partnered with the Ministry of ICT to begin training people for free because no one, you see, the AI concepts by the time we began were more from a lecture, boardroom discussion. Data analytics was hard to conceive. So we're like, regardless of your background, come and we teach you. We partnered with an organization, W3 schools based in Norway. And we brought in a curricula here and we started training people for free of charge. And we graduated them. Before you know that, before that, there was no national campaign training people for free in the country. We have so far trained 5,400 people nationwide. 5,400 people in Muni, in Kabale, in Soroti, in Kampala. I can tell you the truth. We have testimony of people walking, getting buses from Kabale, coming to the hub in Nakawa every Saturday. What broke my heart is one of those days we are having sessions. You can go on our handle on LinkedIn. Is we had a person who didn't have a laptop, but had a piece of paper and were writing code using a pencil on a piece of paper. That touched me. I saw it like this. I was like, wow, that touched me. It broke me actually. We have a testimony of that gentleman. He used to move from Kabale every week because our sessions could take like 3 months. So every a session of it's called the National Free Ice King Initiative. Moving from Kabale to come to Kampala. This person, I saw him because the hubs were full. We used to have like 200, and we're going to repeat again next year. 200, 300 people. at the hubs every Saturday, full to capacity. You can check our OT group, X handle. It's, I think it's pinned. You see the numbers, full to capacity. And then this has never happened anywhere. So I think it had to take someone to pay the price to begin the conversation. I think sometimes it goes beyond what I get from it to the impact, to availing myself probably as a sacrifice for the bigger picture, because someone has to pay the price. And if you are faithful with a little, God will increase you. I will not say what someone is doing or what another person is doing, but for me, by the grace of God, we have begun something and we have begun the conversation. That one I can tell you for a fact. And our foundations were never transactional. It was the heart to impact and the heart to open a person's eyes to this conversation. And we have just 5,500 people is not a small thing, ladies and gentlemen. And I know that in the next few months and years, these very things we're talking about, we're going to have the financial power and the capacity and muscle to create them. We will not wait for people. We will not wait for people who are not ready. We are going to move because, a generation is at stake. A generation is at stake. And for me, that's how I see it. So I don't know what people are doing. People are doing amazing stuff. I want to quote names or not quote names. People are doing things. The government is doing an amazing job. But still there is need more. Now we need people who are nation builders, not only transactors. We need visionaries to step into this AI space and say, let's begin this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, if I tell you, we used to train people for free of charge, and we used to even pay the trainers. That time I was still banking. I was still a banker. And I got most of my salary went into facilitating these free trainings across the country and paying the AI trainers to train people for free. That's not a transactor. That's a heart issue. So until we have leaders that lead with that tenacity and urgency to give their life for a nation, not for themselves and their families and their cars, but a national burden and responsibility, that's the beginning of these conversations. Otherwise, if it's simply transactions, the price to bring all these ecosystem players in one room and sustain innovation for years, my friend, it can't be done by anyone. That's my story. Yeah. So I don't know how to answer that question, but at least for me, that's what I've done in the space. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Any other questions? Or should I start charging you guys for the second day? We come back tomorrow. And
Comment to the current leadership team of SI. So Esther and everyone who is still here on the leadership team, we request that I think this is important and we've seen the urgency of it. So it is upon us, the burden is upon us to rally our colleagues behind this very important, urgent matter, to see that we grow in this space, but not only grow, we become contributors to the country nationwide and join the ecosystem. And usually things are tough at the beginning, but it's also always good to find an entry at the very beginning. Yeah, so that we can make a mark as the Swedish Institute Alumni of Uganda. Salma, hope you've got the message. Thank you.
all right, thank you. Thank you very much. Any other parting shots from anyone else in the audience? All right. My good sir, I release you from the podium.
Thank you so much.
All right. So that being said, I really want to appreciate every single person for being here and for lasting. It's not often that you have such a conversation and you have people actually stay and be intentional about learning and contributing. Maybe I'm in the wrong platforms because usually like after 1 p.m. half the room has left, but yeah, we didn't start with that many, but still we're a lot better than a lot more. So thank you all so much for coming. Thank you all so much for giving us your time. Thank you to the Swedish Institute, Esther, Salma, and the rest of the team. Those who are listening online, thank you for joining. To our speakers, some have left, but we'd still love to appreciate them for the amazing session that we've had, the beautiful conversations, the depth of the conversations. And yeah, on behalf of Sauti, I think Salma wants to say something, right? Please. Yeah, so yeah, as I was getting ahead of myself, expecting no one to want to speak, so I'm going to ask Salma to speak for the
Yeah, I
Alumni
usually
Institute.
can I start? Okay. I usually like dodging speeches, but I think today has been so amazing, and I wanted to do this on behalf of the Alumni Network leadership. My boss is back there. Hello, boss. Yes. So anyway, on behalf of the team, I think today has been amazing, colleagues, hasn't it? Yeah. I want to first of all thank everyone that is here. As he has said, the room is still here and it was still heated up. I mean, no one was moving and it's 3 o'clock. So I want to thank you. I want to thank the online team for joining us. I know that we had some presence there, most especially the Sauti team. I saw you thanking everybody and leaving yourself behind. That's why I stood up. I think you have done an amazing job. We have come a long way with this, and here we are, and I am amazed. So Humphrey and the whole team, I think they deserve a round of applause. They've done a good job. Yes, we appreciate you. I want to thank, I don't know who selected this team, but it was the A team, right from Michael, and then Irene, and then Nesta. You heated up everything, you sealed everything up so perfectly. I didn't know that I would have a contribution to an AI discussion. I was basically here to learn. My husband is an AI guru. He's a tech guy. I want to link him to you. And he creates these things that you have been talking about, and things do work for him. And I was like, how do you do this? And they're there. Nesta, they are seated on his laptop. So these conversations have actually been very helpful. So this was an A team, and I think we have learned, alumnus, we have learned so much from the team. Thank everyone on our behalf. I want to thank the organizers, the other team, as well as you, and the Swedish Institute. Now, this is where I come in addition to what my colleague said, Suvi. We usually have these annual events, but I think we have to show impact for them. And I think Nesta's discussion has sparked something. I feel like something should come out of this. And as the board, I promise that we shall have a discussion in line with this so that we have something out of this. I can't really spell it out, but I promise that there will be a conversation and we'll get in touch with you so that we start building the ecosystem. We promise on that. Otherwise, thank you, everybody. This was really amazing. There has been a lot to learn, and thank you.
Okay, if there's nothing else, allow me to invite everyone to, please, gurus, where do we take our picture? Front? Okay. So let's all come to the front for a group picture, so we can go and show people how much AI we have learned. No one will say it's an AI generated image because yeah, so this gentleman Maki is the photography guru. I don't know if AI will ever replace his job. We think about it every day. So let them just set up. We'll just come to the front, take a quick picture, and then I believe we can then exit as we see fit and enjoy what's left of the weekend.
So, picture time?
Baba.